come out fairly quickly. But for the moment, I haven't seen anything to contradict what the polls had predicted. It's actually quite consistent with the forecasts.
The only poll that matters is the poll that comes out Election Day. That's and that is what we're witnessing right now, at least with Atlantic Canada. I'm going to ask the control room, and I know it's going to take a little bit, so you tell me when you're ready. I wanted to see the leading and elected right now in Atlantic Canada, because I think that sets us up very well to give us a better idea of where we are. Because again, we aggregate the numbers at the bottom of your screen: 22 Liberals, 10 for the Conservatives. But when you break that down to elected and leading, you see there the Liberals elected in 19, leading in 3. Conservatives elected in 6, but currently leading in 4, which gives us the number 10. So really, the leading column is what we're going to be watching out for now as the poll numbers continue to come in from Atlantic Canada. And you know, in about 27 minutes time, I keep saying this, but there's going to be a whole whack of other ridings joining us once Quebec, Ontario, and the West comes on stream. But those 3 seats where the Liberals are leading, those 4 seats where the Conservatives are leading, that's something that we're going to have to watch very closely, because it could be telling us a bit of the tale here as to where the Conservative support actually is. Because again, the prediction of a Liberal wave in Atlantic Canada, perhaps not as big as a wave as people would have suspected going into this vote, Chris.
Yeah, I know, you're right, and we should be very careful. Eric has mentioned this a couple of times. We don't know how many of the advanced polls, and we know Liberals tend to vote more often in advanced polls. How many of those have been counted already? But I do think that the point here is that the underestimation, and again, Eric may be able to speak to this more directly than me, the underestimation of Conservative strength in these polls that have been done nationally may be showing up again. They're not always right. They're close, but they're not always right. And so perhaps they didn't pick up in a place like Atlantic Canada, where they tend to undersample what the real results would be.
And what about the advanced polls?
Yeah, exactly. The advanced polls, they were really going to matter.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, you say Eric, and like magic, Eric Rene is at the other end of our studio. So Eric, what do you make of what we're seeing right now in Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, I do think that it is still unsure how the seat math is going to work out because of that advanced poll. Because if we look at some of these ridings again that are really close, we're still waiting for more votes to be counted in Central Nova. It is a gap of just 300 votes between Bryce Jenkins and Sean Fraser. But if that one's close for the Conservatives, South Shore St. Margaret's is still very close for the Liberals, where it is just a gap of about 400 votes between the two. So it is possible that we'll see some of these flips, these seats flip over the next little while. But to put a little bit into context, when the Conservatives were leading in the polls by 20, 25 points, they were going to win 20 seats in Atlantic Canada. They were going to win 25 seats in Atlantic Canada. So while we do see that at the moment, the Conservatives have certainly made a pickup here in Long Range Mountains. That is one that is going to be a pickup. It's projected that Carol Anstey will win that seat. I'm not sure if we're at yet the place where we would say that the Conservatives are doing well enough that they would win. But in terms of, does it mean that maybe we could be minority? Maybe things could be a bit of a longer night than we expected? Absolutely. But we haven't actually seen, it's actually kind of comical if we look at New Brunswick. All right, let's look at the map. Last time, I did actually hit the button, just nothing changed. Nothing has changed yet in New Brunswick. All of those seats that were Conservative blue last time, still Conservative blue this time. The ones that are Liberal, still Liberal. We can take a look at a couple of ones that we were really focusing on. St. John, Kennebecasis, like that's a big win for Wayne Long. That is a big margin there for him. And in Fredericton or Ormocto, I said that was one of those ridings that was a bit of a bellwether in terms of who would win the election. Well, David Miles has double the vote, Brian McDonald. So we've got some mixed signals, I would say. 10 seats, if the Conservatives come out of Atlantic Canada with 10 seats, they'd be pretty happy. If you told them they were going to win 10 seats in January, they would have been pretty upset about that. So it's all about context and all about how things have shifted. And we'll watch what's going to happen in some of those ridings.
Yeah, you know, Eric, I asked Laurie about polling sample size in Atlantic Canada. I'm wondering if you might address that as well.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of really robust data in Atlantic Canada. Usually a national poll will have 70, 100 people in Atlantic Canada, so it really matters who you're talking about or who you're talking to. But we did see some consistency, usually about a 20-point lead for the Liberals, especially when we look at the average. So right now it doesn't look like the Liberals are winning by 20 points in Atlantic Canada. But we still got to wait till all the ballots are counted before we can say whether the polls are off or not. And if they are off, I will tell the viewers that I will admit it. But for now, I think it's still too early to say.
Okay, still too early to say, and we are waiting for a number of polls. And also, Chris raised the point, you raised the point about where do the advance votes go to. But let's take one more look at leading elected in Atlantic Canada, because this will tell the story, or at least give us the direction of what we're going to be watching out for as this night goes on. And we don't want to forget this story, because pretty soon there's going to be more ridings that will be added onto the tally. But those 3 where the Liberals are leading, the 4 where the Conservatives are leading, those are ridings that we'll be watching very, very closely. I'm going to ask you to put yourself into the Liberal campaign's head here, Chris.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we don't pay you enough. But listen, when you think about the Liberal campaign and what they were hoping for in Atlantic Canada, happy, disappointed? What would you say?
I want to go back to one point I made first, which is that they were slow in nominating candidates, and particularly in places like Atlantic Canada. So people who did become the nominees or the candidates were running from behind in some cases by months from their Conservative opponents. So that's one thing. The second thing I think is that they're not being punished for having done, for Justin Trudeau's decision to, for example, give them a carve-out on their heat pumps, on their energy bills. People have gone beyond that. And I guess in the end, they're looking at the whole issue as the way the rest of the country we thought was looking at it, and that who is best capable of dealing with Donald Trump, the American tariffs, the threat of making us into a 51st state, all of those things may be playing the same kind of role in forcing people to say, I don't want to vote for the NDP, I need a strong government, and they decided to park those votes with the Liberals this time.
Well, Laurie, what would you say to the calculus that we're seeing play out right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can certainly see that this narrative of the two-party race that is shaping up in Atlantic Canada, and honestly, Atlantic Canada has often been a place where even though the NDP is a smaller party, the NDP still kind of picks itself up and does decently. It still shows up in some ridings. It splits some votes. It elects some people, but I think this is really a tough moment for the party in terms of figuring out whether it really is going to end up with official party status at the end of the night. If you're looking at these numbers, I think this makes it difficult. Not that they were expected to pick up a whole lot, but it's just the size, the numbers that are coming through really indicate that this election was really about who is going to be the Prime Minister, and the NDP are not showing up.
And even if they weren't expecting to win a whole lot, when you look at ridings like St. John East, like Halifax, like Dartmouth, the places where they might be able to count on and have in the past, I think that particularly underlines the disappointment for New Democrats of what they could hope for to get out of Atlantic Canada. Although, you raised the point, and Genevieve, I'll get you to jump in on that point, because given what we're right now seeing in Atlantic Canada, and if this holds, where the Conservatives get 10 seats in the Atlantic region, it does create a more interesting race, a more important races in provinces like Quebec, like Ontario.
Oui, oui. Ça va être plus serré qu'on pense.
Absolutely, it'll be tighter than we think. And that's really what you're looking at, is the transposition between the popular vote and seats. We're seeing the NDP collapse, and that's really giving the Liberals a boost. But the Liberals would have been in tremendous difficulty otherwise. It'll be interesting to see if the Bloc vote collapses like the NDP's did or not. It'll be interesting. On the whole, the Liberals don't need to be too worried yet, but the results aren't as good as they were hoping when they say we embody change and unity. Well, I think we can agree to saying that so far, where the Liberals have been winning, it hasn't been an easy victory. They've had to really fight for it, and it's been close. We'll see if that sets the tone for the rest of the country.
The Liberals are not only looking to win, they want a majority.
Yes.
Right? Because it makes dealing with Donald Trump that much easier, and it also means they're not going back to the polls in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It makes it much easier to govern, obviously, and to get through all of those commitments that they have made. Although I go back to one point, and I don't want to confuse the issue, but there is a lot of similarity in what the Conservatives were promising on the really important issues as what the Liberals were promising. Some difference in modality or how much money they might be giving a tax incentive here and there. But by and large, there is an agreement here. The one commodity that Mark Carney does not have is time. He has to move quickly to deal with the Americans. He has to deal quickly to deal with the provinces on the interprovincial trade barriers. All of those things contribute to a much more successful economy as we go ahead. I guess in some ways, it'll be a little easier if he has a majority, but at the same time, there is at least some hope here that for a kind of a unity government, if I can put it that way, there is a commonality in terms of the purpose about dealing with the Americans.
Juste reprendre là-dessus, effectivement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps. Il ne faut pas quand même perdre de vue que la Chambre n'a pas siégé depuis le mois de
Well, let's not
décembre,
forget
depuis les
that the
fêtes.
House hasn't sat since the holidays. That's a very long period during which there's been a kind of political desert.
Listen, we'll keep the conversation going. We're of course, going to keep tracking what's happening in Atlantic Canada, but we will be soon joining a whole bunch of other ridings. The last region to be coming in is British Columbia, so we're still at times away from that. But to give us a quick look ahead of that, we're going right now to Jazz Johal, the host of the Jazz Johal Show on CKNW Radio, a former provincial minister in British Columbia. Jazz, always good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Hey, good evening from Vancouver.
So listen, Jazz, I'm going to start with a bit of a turn here, and because we're following this election very closely, and you weren't here for the beginning part of the program, but we did play for people at home the commentary and the reaction we heard from the federal leaders given the horrific car attack that took place in Vancouver East on Saturday night. And I'm wondering and I want to begin there because I think it's important to acknowledge it, but I'm wondering the impact that horrible incident has had on the focus on the election in British Columbia right now.
Well, certainly on our program today, in fact, my program just ended a few minutes ago, the bulk of the conversation was on that tragedy, 11 deaths and much more to come from that particular conversation. At the same time, British Columbians came out very strongly in advance voting. They are thoroughly engaged in this conversation to elect a new government. And, this is going to take some time for us to get through what transpired this weekend. Broader conversations around crime and particularly around mental health and addiction. But I don't think it stopped people from voting today. As I said, we had a significant amount of advanced voting in this province. So I think with the races that we're seeing today, some of them are so close. It's very interesting. You're seeing 2- and 3-way races, in one case even 4-way races when it comes to the Green Party on Vancouver Island. So I think the public here in British Columbia are very much engaged with this conversation. We have just under an hour before the polls close here, but I think the voting today, as it was in the advance polls, was robust.
Okay, well, listen, you mentioned ridings. Let's begin with the 4-way race, and I'm assuming you're talking about Saanich Gulf Islands and Elizabeth May's riding when you talk about a 4-way race on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, that's a real tough one to predict here. Vancouver Island broadly is very challenging. You have a 4-way race there in Ms. May's riding. At the same time, in our provincial capital of Victoria and southern Vancouver Island, you're seeing 3-way races, which you didn't see, in some cases even 2-way races when it comes to the Liberals and the NDP. But as you travel northward on Vancouver Island up towards Nanaimo, you're seeing a very robust race between the Conservatives and the NDP. In fact, when you go to the northern part of Vancouver Island, you're seeing a conversation there that I haven't seen since the 1990s, when you saw that orange voter, that NDP voter, switch to the Reform Party. You're having the same sort of conversation today, where the Conservatives are very competitive in places like Nanaimo, in places like Campbell River, where I could easily see those seats flip to blue, which would be very interesting. And I said we haven't seen that since the 1990s. Well, in the provincial capital, I think back to Liberal cabinet ministers like David Anderson. We haven't seen anybody there since Mr. Anderson getting elected. We may see some of that tonight. And then when you switch over to Metro Vancouver here, there's some very unique races here as well.
Okay, well, walk us through there because, as you suggest, and as one that's lived in British Columbia, I know very well the politics of Vancouver Island, very different than the politics of the Lower Mainland. Talk to us about the races that you're watching out for in Greater Vancouver, in Metro Vancouver.
In British Columbia politics, whether it's provincial or federal, the role that the suburbs play is significant. Vancouver proper, the city itself, predominantly votes either NDP or Liberal. But the minute you hit the suburbs, a whole different conversation. In communities like Richmond, I see a very tight race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I think there's opportunities for the Conservatives to pick up seats, as I do see Liberals in communities like Surrey, which is almost the size of Vancouver itself. Those races are very interesting to watch around Langley and its neighboring community of Langley and Surrey. Those are very interesting in the sense that this was sort of the entrance to the Bible Belt at one point here in British Columbia, but now with so many young families moving there, a population that isn't as homogenous as it once was, watching those races out in Surrey and Langley are very interesting as well. I also think the riding to watch in regards to what's going to be very close is the one out in Abbotsford South and Langley. There you have Conservatives and Liberals, but in this case you also had a former Conservative candidate, Mike de Jong, a 30-year MLA, a former finance minister, a forestry minister, attorney general. He was campaigning for over a year until the Conservatives came along and said, you're not qualified to run. Instead, there was a nomination meeting and a 25-year-old won. Now, generally, independents still have a very tough time in getting elected. They just can't fight, party machinery when it comes to election day. But in this case, Mr. de Jong has really strong local name recognition. He has been endorsed by well-known mayors here locally, and Ed Fast, a former Conservative member of Parliament and cabinet minister. So that riding of Abbotsford South Langley is one to watch, because if there is an independent who can actually surprise British Columbia and Canada, that would be the riding. So I'm watching that one very closely as well.
Well, yeah, it won't surprise you to know that we were mentioning that riding and Mr. de Jong earlier in our program as well, because we're watching as closely from Ottawa as you are from Vancouver. So we'll see how that one shapes up. But, obviously the NDP nationally has hit some roadblocks in this campaign, in this election campaign. There are some prominent New Democrats in Metro Vancouver, namely the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, but also the former NDP House leader Peter Julian, as well as Don Davies, who helped negotiate pharmacare on behalf of the NDP with the former Trudeau government. Talk to us about those races and what you're hearing on the ground about them.
Yeah, the conversation here in British Columbia is the NDP has an opportunity to maybe win 3, maybe 4 races. And I think the riding of Vancouver East with Jenny Kwan, I still say is leaning NDP, but it's going to be a bit of work. Generally, that's an easy NDP riding. Don Davies as well, that's going to take work. That's closer than people think. Peter Julian's riding, I think, is one to watch. I couldn't predict if Mr. Julian's going to win. He's a strong member of Parliament, a high profile, but obviously, like a lot of ridings, the redistribution didn't help him. But I'd watch that riding very closely as well. What's interesting here in British Columbia, David Eby, our premier, an NDP premier, has certainly endorsed incumbents, but he hasn't gone out of his way to endorse new candidates or candidates running for the NDP, which has been very, very different. And I think he understands, and he reads the tea leaves here, that it's going to be a very tough time for the NDP. And of course, Jagmeet Singh in his own riding, I would be surprised if Mr. Singh holds on to that riding. It's that tight. I mean, he certainly has a chance, but I would certainly say that riding is one to watch, because many have said that may be leaning Liberal this time as well. I don't know if this is a one-off. The NDP has always done very well here in British Columbia. It's one of their power bases. But in this case, with the threat of Donald Trump, especially, and people coalescing around the flag, that center-left vote certainly is impacting the NDP. It's moving towards the Liberals, and certainly even some of the Green vote as well. Now, I'm sure the federal Liberals would have preferred that the election occurred last week, because I think the race has tightened since then. But certainly, I don't expect a great night for the NDP, because a lot of New Democrats, certainly up until last week, were saying, you know what, Mr. Poilievre scares them a little too much. But having said that, I've talked to a lot of NDP voters in the last week. They're seeing some of that vote solidify. They don't want the NDP to collapse as well. Some of them are going back. So once again, don't count out the NDP, but it's still going to be a bit of a tough O for them tonight.
Okay, and as you say, British Columbia comes on stream in about 39 minutes' time. Jazz, always appreciate the insight. Thank you for speaking to us this evening. Jazz Johal with CKNW Radio in Vancouver. Okay, well, listen, as we're rounding out this, we're also approaching when a whole bunch of polls from Quebec all the way to Alberta will be joining in to the seat count right now. But let's bring back Eric Grenier. Walk us through some of the tight races, although I want to begin with the bottom line there, because we see 22 Liberals leading elected, 10 for the Conservatives. but 2 for the Bloc Québécois. What's happening here, Eric?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that because we are getting some results already from the riding of Terrebonne. We got just one poll reporting. I won't show them because we don't know what they are, if it is an advance poll or a poll that is reported before the polls close. We shouldn't be getting any results from Quebec, so that's what's happening. We don't know if it's a glitch in the system or someone's reporting ballots earlier than they should. But let's look at what's happening in Atlantic Canada, where the ballots are being counted and they're supposed to be reported. We have seen that there has been a few changes, but there's still a lot of ridings that we're watching that are really, really close. We'll look at the first one in Newfoundland, Labrador, Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. We've been watching this one all night. And Jonathan Rowe is maintaining his lead over Anthony Germain of the Liberals. We do see that the gap is about 700 votes. It's been a few hundred votes throughout the count. And again, just look at the NDP vote, 4%. They're just not in it. But this is one we still need to watch. We're still waiting on, well, there's still a lot of polls still to come. We still got 45 left to come, so that'll be one to watch. If we go over to Nova Scotia, here there's a number of ridings that we're watching right now. We got Central Nova. Bryson Jenkins is still holding on his lead over Sean Fraser, who is the incumbent. The gap is only 400 votes or so, and we still have a lot of votes still to come, still about 80 poll boxes still to report, but that one is very close. South Shore St. Margaret's, this is another one that's very close. If the Conservatives would pick up Central Nova, they might lose South Shore St. Margaret's. Got 48% right now for Jessica Fancy Landry of the Liberals and 47% for Rick Perkins, the incumbent Conservative. No NDP candidate in this riding, and that might be one of the reasons why the Liberals are doing well here. And another riding, Cumberland-Colchester. This is a Conservative riding. Stephen Ellis is the incumbent MP, and he has a lead of about 600 votes over Elena Hurdle. So these are some very close ridings we're watching. There's another one as well in, oops, sorry about this. There we go. Egmont. Egmont was a former Conservative riding. It was Gail Shea who held this under Stephen Harper back in 2011 and before that. Right now we see that Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent Liberal MP, is ahead, but again, not a huge margin. He's got 49% for 46% for Logan McClellan. So while we see that, we got 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives on the screen, some of these ridings could flip with just a few more poll boxes starting to report.
Okay, so we'll keep tracking that. Eric Grenier, thank you. And since Eric left there on PI, I do want to put up some results in Prince Edward Island. Take a look at what has been declared there in Charlottetown. Sean Casey declared in that riding, not the only one that we can share with you right now. Cardigan, we have Kent McDonald now declared, another Liberal in the island, declared there in Cardigan. And Malpeque, Heath McDonald declared in that riding. So 3 Liberals declared in PEI, following this very closely. So at this point of the evening, we're just a few minutes away from bringing in more ridings across the country. And we also have to note the fact that we're going to switch the panel for a little bit. But Geneviève and Chris, you're going to take a little break. You'll be back a little later this evening. But before you go, Geneviève, very quickly, what are you keeping an eye on for as we approach Quebec to Alberta being added to the tally?
Approach Québec, the Bloc Québécois. We're looking at
Québec
les Îles-de-la-Madeleine.
And the Bloc Québécois in Île-de-la-Madeleine. Bloc Québécois seems to be doing well, but this is peculiar, and I believe that Quebec should be coming and confirm what we have seen, or Bloc Québécois might perhaps change the trend, so we'll have to wait.
And Chris, what are you watching out for right now?
I'm not an expert on Quebec, but obviously seeing how the Conservatives do there, if they can actually hold on to the seats they already have. I don't know if there's many that they can take away, but that would be one thing that we can watch. Ontario, there's so many seats there. Toronto, the GTA, all the beltway ridings around the city are hugely important to the outcome of an election campaign. The Liberals have historically done extremely well there. The one time they didn't, in 2011, the Conservatives won under Stephen Harper. So they need to be really watching there. Without a breakthrough and winning a significant number of seats, Aaron O'Toole only won his own seat in that area, there's no hope of forming a government, obviously.
Okay, so that's what the two of you are watching. And again, you two will take a quick break, but you'll be back a little later this evening. But before we bring in the other polls, Lori, what are you going to be watching out for as Quebec to Alberta join the stream?
Well, I mean, a lot of things, but one thing is definitely see how the Bloc Québécois show up, because I think that, this is really a test for the smaller parties. We've seen the NDP not be able to gain any traction at all. This is turning out to be a really difficult night for the NDP. We'll see how the Bloc do. I mean, back in the moment where it looked like the Conservatives were going to form a majority, it looked like the Bloc were potentially the official opposition. Now, most projections have them somewhere around 20 seats. We could see Blanchette, I think, in the final days of the campaign, really kind of go for it and start talking about Canada as an artificial construct, really, I think, trying to pluck the threads of Quebec independence and try to, appeal on almost an emotional level to see if he can drag up some of that vote. I think what happens to the Liberals in terms of their overall night, whether this is a minority or a majority, I think a lot has to do with what kinds of numbers the Bloc gets. And then, of course, like everybody else, I'm at the edge of my seat figuring out if Pierre Poilievre's going to get his seat or what's going on there. Like there's so many just kind of local results that are really going to be fascinating in the next little while.
Well, as you say, this is not one election, but 343 elections that we're watching unfold across the country. Catherine, what will you be watching out for?
Les centres urbains. Geneviève le disait un peu plus tôt.
I'll be watching urban centers because so far we haven't had to deal with big cities. I'm talking about Montreal, Greater Montreal, and Toronto GTA, which normally or generally are more favorable for the Liberals, and so Bloc Québécois is usually less successful in Montreal and in GTA. So this might also create a completely new deal.
The island of Montreal being very much safe space for Liberals, but there is still, or going into this election, an NDP seat. Oui, exactly. So talk to us a little bit about that race that you're going to keep an eye on.
Alors, c'est vraiment celui qu'on appelle le dernier des Mohicans.
Yeah, he is the last of the Mohicans. Alexandre Boulris is the survivor of the 2011 Orange Wave, who was born in the riding and who is usually elected easily. This might be more difficult this time. And even if he's elected, I believe that it will be a very, very squeezed margin relative to the previous election and the last one included. Because in that Osmo, they were voting more for Alexandre Boulris than they did for the NDP. OK. Et on va également suivre pour le NPD à Toronto, sans oublier que le NPD au niveau provincial a eu de bien meilleurs résultats que ne le disaient les sondages. Alors, et puis aussi à Montréal, mais pour le moment nous avançons vers 21h30, 20h30 centre. Et les bureaux de vote vont fermer depuis le Québec jusqu'à l'Alberta. Vous suivez le vote 2025 sur CPAC. The Quebec Bloc is a fundamental factor for Quebec accessing to sovereignty.
By standing together to protect what makes Canada, Canada.
And we must choose between our future and our present.
But this is a really critical moment for Canadian democracy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us this evening on the Cable Public Affairs channel. And with the polls now closed in most of the country, the vote results are and will start coming in for 299 ridings, almost certainly, telling us in the next hour or so which party will form the next government. And keeping a close eye is polls analyst Eric Grenier, who's tonight manning our smart board for CPAC's election special. Eric, hello to you once again. Walk us through what you're watching out for at this moment in time.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see the rest of the country start to fill in. The Conservatives have performed a little bit more better than expected, but perhaps not enough to put them on track to winning the election. But that doesn't mean that the vote is not yet decided yet. We can look at Quebec, I think, is going to be the place to watch, especially around Montreal, the Rive Nord, the Rive Sud. These are areas that the Liberals are looking to pick up some seats from the Bloc Québécois. If the Liberals can do it, that might be how they secure a majority government. We're already starting to see some results come in. And the other place we'll be watching will be in the Greater Toronto area. Just take a look at what happened in the last election. A lot of red in Toronto and in the GTA. If it's still just as red as this, then Mark Carney will probably be able to stay as Prime Minister. We're still waiting for some results to come in there. And then across the prairies, might not be a lot of close races to watch, but there will be some seats in Winnipeg, in Edmonton, Calgary, and also maybe Saskatchewan. We're going to have to wait and see once more of the votes start get counted.
Okay, votes start get counted. You know, Eric, while we have you, because we are, of course, looking as well as we look at the more of the ridings to join us from Quebec all the way to Alberta, walk us through where things stand right now in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, so we got results from all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals were leading and are elected in 22 of them, the Conservatives in 10. So right now we do look like the Conservatives are on track for potentially a couple pickups in Newfoundland. Central Newfoundland would be the one that they are projected to win. Clifford Small would be re-elected there. And then also in Long Range Mountains, this would be a gain, and it is a projected gain for Carol Anstey and the Conservatives. The other riding that they're leading in right now, but it's super close, is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. This would be a pickup from the Liberals, but then in the rest of the Maritimes, or I should say in the Maritimes, we only see that there is 2 ridings that have flipped, and I'll just show you what the results were last time. You can see that these 2 ridings here are at the moment flipping, but they're very close. Sean Fraser is only about 500 votes behind Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives in Central Nova, and in South Shore St. Margaret's, Jessica Fancy Landry is still about 800 votes over Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent. So a few shifts. Looks like a couple pickups for the Conservatives in Newfoundland and Labrador, and now we just wait for the rest of them to come in.
Yeah, wait, as you say. Let's take a look once. Eric, thank you to you. We're going to bring up on for people at home right now what Atlantic Canada is looking like in terms of leading and elected. Again, this is only Atlantic Canada. You have there the Liberals elected in 20 ridings, leading in 2. The Conservatives elected in 8 ridings, leading in 2. And you might be wondering why the Bloc Québécois is not reflected there, even though it's reflected on your lower ticker. That is because the board you're looking at is only Atlantic Canada. The Bloc Québécois, their seats, not surprisingly, are in the province of Quebec. Now, helping us through our coverage this evening is, of course, our CPAC team on the ground. We have reporters at every party headquarters this evening as they conduct their own watch and viewing parties, watching the results come in. Andrew Thompson is at Liberal headquarters right now. That's at Lansdowne Park in the center of Ottawa. Andrew, hello.
Hi, Michael. Yes, we are here at TD Place Arena and waiting for this arena floor to actually fill in with Liberal supporters here to watch results. It is, of course, 9:30. The polls closing locally here in Ottawa, so we do expect more of a mass of Liberals to show up here after they're done volunteering with their Get Out the Vote efforts tonight. As for the leader, Mark Carney, not here yet. We're told he is watching those results at a hotel before coming here later tonight. Now, those Liberals who come here will, as you say, be watching that big, massive results coming from Quebec all the way to Alberta. And in terms of some key ridings they may be watching, it is, again, instructive to look at where the Liberal team and leader Mark Carney were focused on during the waning days of this campaign with the Leaders Tour. Carney visiting Quebec ridings, trying to pry Bloc votes away from the Bloc in ridings like Trois-Rivières and Shefford. You talked about the situation in and around Montreal as well. In Ontario, the Liberal leader focusing certainly, as expected, on the 905 region, those ridings surrounding Toronto and Hamilton, but also as well looking at southwestern Ontario, going to London, going to Windsor, going to areas that have had new Democrat MPs in the last Parliament. And we should also mention that Carney made a stop in Northern Ontario in Sault Ste. Marie, which was one of Canada's closest ridings 4 years ago, with Liberal Terry Sheehan pulling out that race. Now, heading west, Carney was in Manitoba more than once, going to Winnipeg, and then he was also campaigning in Saskatchewan and in Alberta, making multiple trips there, including stops in Saskatoon and in Edmonton. Now, there was a planned Liberal rally yesterday in Calgary. That rally canceled in the wake of the vehicle incident in Vancouver. So right across the region from Quebec all the way to Alberta, lots for Liberals to watch. Right now, though, we're going to get a sense of what's happening at Conservative Party election night headquarters. Here's Julie Van Duzen.
So, yes, now people are trickling in, and they have been for the last hour or so. So the seats are filling. And let me tell you, the cheers went up loud and clear when those seats were coming in Atlantic Canada. But of course, now everybody's waiting to see what happens next. One man told me, keep your eye on the 905 because that delivered big for Stephen Harper years ago, and they're hoping the 905 will deliver big for them as well. That's one area they will be looking at. Now, while people are waiting, there's lots of T-shirts for sale. So the T-shirt table outside with Canada Strong and Bring It Home are selling like hotcakes. One woman there was telling me, who's been working for Pierre Poilievre for 3 years through the leadership and so on, she said, you know, when people criticize him for not pivoting to Donald Trump and the tariffs, I think he's hit on all the things that matter to people, especially me, she said, trying to get a house. So Donald Trump will be there for 4 years. These are issues that matter to us. So there's certainly big Poilievre fans here who are waiting for their leader. Now, we are being told by his advisors that, you know, his riding of Carleton, which is nearby, has a very special case going on with 91 names on the ballot. So it's going to take a while to untangle that. It could be hours before we know who actually won the riding. And his advisors are telling us that he doesn't really plan to come over here until he gets a better idea what's happening in Ontario and central Canada before he comes here to meet his supporters. Now we're on to Amira.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Merci beaucoup, Julie. Je suis au quartier général du Bloc ici au Théâtre
Julie. I'm
National.
at the Bloc headquarters at the NAC. The room is full. There are hundreds of Bloc Québécois supporters who've come together in the hope of having a good evening. So there's a lot of suspense. I've spoken to a lot of militants who are very hopeful. They hope to have the balance of power because that is one of the questions of this evening. Will there be a majority government or a minority government? And the answer to that question will be, in a large part, delivered by Quebec. So, in terms of riding, we'll be looking at closely Montreal. We will be looking closely at Greater Montreal, Metropolitan Montreal. La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun is a particularly interesting riding. It was ripped away from the Bloc by 300 votes only, so they're hoping to keep it. Magdalen Islands, Quebec City Centre, because Yves-François Blanchet was in Quebec City this morning. Châteauguay is another one, so we'll be looking closely at a lot of ridings, and we will also be tracking whether the likelihood is to have a majority or a minority government. What Yves-François Blanchet didn't stop saying in the last weeks of the campaign was, send Bloc members to Montreal. We will defend the interests of Quebecers. Give us the balance of power. They will, and he talked about aerospace and aluminium and culture and language. All those factors are a factor in this election, which is being held under Donald Trump's shadow.
Thank you, Amira. Thank you, Amira. Here at the NDP convention, the viewing party, it's still very quiet. The election results have not come in. In fact, the polls are still open. Volunteers and staff are out trying to pull that vote to make sure that they can hold on to seats, like NDP leader Jagmeet Singh's. I have been speaking to a few of the party officials and staff that are here, and they're keeping their chin up and trying to remain positive about the night. But with the results coming in as they are, it's going to be hard to see, how much enthusiasm is in this room tonight. One riding that our viewers maybe should take a look at while the results come in Ontario is Hamilton Centre, which is represented by Matthew Green. He's one of the more left-wing NDP members of Parliament, and he's recently talked about how the party really needs to do some soul-searching after this election and really redefine for itself what it wants to do as a party. So that's definitely something we're going to keep an eye on. And thank you very much. Back to you, Michael.
Meg, thank you for that. That's Mick Sweetman at the NDP headquarters in Burnaby, British Columbia. So as we said, we are now counting and watching all the polls all the way from Newfoundland, Labrador to Alberta. As you can see, the numbers have shifted dramatically as a result. Liberals right now elected and leading in 39 ridings, Conservatives elected and leading in 29, the Bloc Québécois in 12, the NDP right now in two ridings. And with that, let's bring in Eric Renier. He is manning the smart board for us this evening, tracking the numbers very closely. So that on the bottom of the screen for people at home is essentially, ironically, their top line at the bottom of the screen. But walk us through, Eric, how that's actually translating on the map of Canada.
Yeah, it is still very, very early. So a lot of these are very early results, but we'll take a look at a sampling of them. All right, in Quebec, this is obviously going to be an important battleground, particularly for the Liberals in the Bloc Québécois in the Greater Montreal area. We can take a look at, let's take a look at this one. Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. Nathalie Provost, she was a bit of a star candidate for the Liberals. She was a survivor of the Polytechnic shooting. And this was a very close riding in the last election. And you can see, at least with the one box counted, it is still very close. So that's one in the Greater Montreal area. We can also take a look at Saint-Jean. This is also a riding that the Liberals might have some hopes of winning if things go really well for them tonight. It's starting out pretty good for them, but it's just a 19-vote lead. We only got one poll box open at this stage. Let's now move over into Ontario. It's going to all come down to the GTA. It always does in every election. It's probably going to be the same case here. Let's take a look at this riding here. Mississauga Lakeshore, Charles Sousa, former cabinet minister in Kathleen Wynne's government, and he won a by-election a few years ago to be a Liberal MP, and right now he is leading. Again, just one poll box open, but that is actually going to be one riding to watch. Another one we'll keep an eye on will be Ajax. This used to be Mark Holland's riding. He's not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey has a roughly about a 300-vote lead. This is maybe an advanced poll because we see how many votes are counted there. It might be a bit bigger. And why don't we just take a look out in the prairies? We're going to be watching some. I would be shocked if the NDP won this riding. Leduc-Wetaskiwin, probably not going to hold on, but at least right now they're leading in this riding. This is a very safe one for Mike Lake. I'm pretty sure he's going to win this one, but we'll keep an eye on it nevertheless. And why not we take a look at this one? Edmonton Southeast. Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal MP, current Edmonton mayor, coming back trying to win this seat for the Liberals. Right now he is trailing by a significant margin, but it is just one poll box out of 159. Got a lot more to come. These numbers are going to change a lot over the next little while, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, change a lot, as you say. And again, right now we're tracking 44 Liberal leading elected, 34 for the Conservatives, 35 now, 12 for the Bloc, 2 for the NDP. Let's actually put up the leading elected board just to really illustrate to people the story that is emerging. Again, this is early on because the polls from Quebec all the way to Alberta have just been released, and we now have the Liberals elected in 21 ridings, leading in 23, Conservatives elected in 9, leading in 26, the Bloc Québécois, no declared elected yet, but leading in 12 ridings, similar with the NDP leading in 2 ridings. So I want to bring in Catherine Lefrance, of course, my co-host this evening, as we talk about these early numbers. Catherine, we were talking about the importance of Quebec for, in particular, the Liberal Party, if it wants to form a majority government. What are you keeping an eye on for, at this point, with the Bloc doing as well as it is, leading in 12 ridings in the province?
12 en avance, ça ressemble pas au scénario qui était prévu dans les derniers sondages.
12, that doesn't look like the scenario in the polls. We don't have the Montreal results yet, so everything is very fragmented. The Liberals will have to track the results coming out now very closely. We're very far from a final result. It remains that the Bloc is leading in 8 ridings, and that's pretty significant. These are rural regions, not the urban areas, so we'll see how things work out.
Very closely, in particular for the Liberals, whether or not they can expand beyond the island of Montreal. So that is one of the storylines that we'll be following closely this evening. I also want to show people where things left off with Atlantic Canada, because of course we were following that for the earlier part of this night, and you can see there the Liberals elected in 21 ridings in Atlantic Canada, right now leading in 1. The Conservatives elected in 8, currently leading in 2. And with that, I want to bring some of our other guests this evening. Susan Susan Smith is a former Liberal strategist, co-founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategy Group. Cole Hogan is a Conservative digital strategist, principal at GT. Farouk Karim, former NDP spokesperson, and Laurie Turnbull, well, she stays with us, political scientist at Dalhousie University. And, you know, Cole, I'm going to begin with you because if we were talking about it before you actually entered the studio, when you looked at the polls in Atlantic Canada, it was predicting almost a Liberal red wave. But instead, we right now have a number of Conservatives elected in Atlantic Canada, holding in many of the cases, gaining in Newfoundland. How are you feeling about these early results for your party?
I think the results in Atlantic Canada look good. After Justin Trudeau resigned and we had the Liberal leadership take place, we saw the numbers start to shift pretty rapidly. And one of the first places that bounced back really quick was Atlantic Canada. So on the Conservative side, we thought, you know, if we get wiped out here, or if the Liberals win every single seat in Atlantic Canada, they're going to sweep a lot of seats. That hasn't happened so far. We were able to flip at least one seat that I know of so far. So that bodes well for the rest of the country, and we'll see how Quebec and Ontario tells the rest of the tale.
Bodes well? How do you define that?
Well, I think if we're flipping a seat in Atlantic Canada, I think as we watch things shift, it might be a bit more narrow of a race than we predicted in Ontario in particular.
Okay. Susan, what do you make of that? Because, of course, I think it's safe to say that Liberals, Liberal HQ, was hoping to do very strongly in Atlantic Canada because it would give them the confidence as polls opened up westward. And at this point, Conservatives are holding, potentially gaining. What does that mean for Liberal chances going west?
Well, if you think about where we started out in January, holding is pretty good, and gaining a few seats or only flipping one at this stage of the game is not too bad. I think it's going to be a tight race throughout the night. I think we're going to be here for a while watching returns come in, waiting for advance polls to be counted. Canadians have turned out in record numbers. They're very motivated in this election. I think the country is pretty polarized, though, and I think the NDP vote, how it peels off from some of the seats that may have gone Liberal otherwise, is going to be very interesting, too. I think the Liberals are on track to do what they needed to do. And like I said, it was going to be a blue wave if we'd had an election in January. It's not going to be a blue wave. But I think the mix of red and blue across the country, hopefully we land more red than blue, but we'll see how it all shakes out. Okay, and you were saying we'll be here watching very late, and we actually have some new video to share with people at home because we're not the only ones watching. Take a look at Liberal leader Mark Carney. He is watching the results very closely as well because this could be a very big night for him if the polls, if the predictions actually do come through for the Liberal Party. And there you have Mark Carney watching results. I'm going to bring in Farouk Karim right now. Farouk, the NDP right now leading in only one riding. Susan predicating the Liberal victory on whether or not the Liberals will be successful peeling away votes for the NDP. How is the party feeling right now?
I'm going to take a drink first.
I hate to disappoint you. That's only water.
It's going to be one of many. If we look at Atlantic, because that's the results we have most, it's 12 points, percentage points less than 2021 for the NDP. It's plus 8% for the Conservative, who are outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, so they're doing slightly better. The Liberals are kind of status quo, maybe a bit under. But the NDP is the story, I think, in Atlantic Canada, that collapse of the vote. Not sure the behavior of NDP voters in Atlantic Canada will be the same across the country. It's a specific NDP voters in Atlantic Canada, so that's something to watch for. But yeah, it's disappointing. It's going to be a long night. But silver lining. Since the Liberal, I think, in Atlantic Canada are underperforming a little bit and the Conservatives are overperforming a little bit, I think there's a scenario of a minority government coming to fruition, maybe more probabilities of it. And so the seats in BC at the end that the NDP can pick up, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats, could be the balance of power at the end. So just to watch. Balance of power, British Columbia. What about Ontario, though? Ontario, it's going to be hard. Usually we're the NDP is strong in the Northern Ontario. There's one riding that is now no longer there, and Mr. Angus is not reoffering. It was a really, really good candidate for us, so a good MP. So to look for is in the Southwestern, London, Fanshawe, Windsor West, Hamilton Centre. Those are the key areas those are basically to defend those ridings and basically do what the NDP in Ontario did during the election, concentrate on the incumbents and make sure to turn out the vote. Obviously, 15% down in Atlantic Canada is not a good sign, but we didn't have any, the NDP didn't have any MPs, right, in Atlantic Canada. So concentrating on the incumbents, maybe that will make a difference at the end.
Okay, well, listen, we'll continue the conversation. That's a bit of the entree as to what we can expect into this evening. Again, the numbers are rolling in, as you can see. Liberals elected, leading in 68 ridings, Conservatives in 48, the Bloc in 10, the NDP in 1. Let's go to Eric Grenier right now with some early results. The numbers, as I say, in terms of the ticker, coming in very quickly here. Eric, what are you finding when you go into the individual ridings?
It is still very early, so it is hard to draw a lot of conclusions from the numbers so far, but we do have some results we can take a look at. La Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-Madeleine, Listigouche was one of the ridings that was reporting a bit earlier because it was counting votes from Les Îles-de-Madeleine. We see now that Diane Leboutillier is back ahead of Alexis Deschênes, so that'll be one to watch. This would be a Liberal hold. It was a riding that actually, based on the transposition, the boundaries, it changed quite a bit, would have been a Bloc seat if that riding had existed in 2021. So this technically is a Liberal gain if we use that definition. If we keep looking around the rest of Quebec, we do see some results that are probably a bit surprising. Bellechasse, Lisette-Chemin, Lévis, Liberals aren't going to win that, I don't think, but right now they are leading. Who knows? We'll have to keep an eye on it. How about Beauce? Jason Grelot is the Conservative candidate there. He's got a huge lead right now over the Liberal. Look who's in fourth. Maxime Bernier, 5% of the vote so far. 7 poll boxes counted, but it doesn't look like he's going to return as an MP, which he hasn't been since he lost in 2019. We can keep looking around the Montreal area, which is going to be a really important battleground. Take a look here at Brossard, Saint-Lambert. Alexandre Mendez is leading right now. Very early on, as you can see, that would be a Liberal hold for them. We can take a look here at Beloeil-Chambly. Yves-François Blanchette's riding. He's off to a good start. Only 2 poll boxes of 267 have been open, but he right now has a lead over Nicolas Malouin. And why don't we move over to Ontario? Lots of results coming in there, but again, still kind of hard to take a look at what's going on. But here's the GTA. Here's one blue riding that is not too much of a surprise. It was expected to be a close race. York Centre. Roman Baber, a former PC MPP who was ejected from Doug Ford's caucus and was an independent. He actually ran against Pierre Poilievre for the Conservative leadership. Right now, he is leading against Yara Sachs in York Centre. This would be a pickup for the Conservatives based on the last election. And here, why don't we take a look at running at Guelph. Dominic O'Rourke is leading there. This would be a hold for the Liberals. This is one that they would expect to be holding on to. And why don't we just keep moving around the GTA? Markham Stouffville. Niran J. Anderson has a lead right now over Helena Jasek, who is the incumbent there. But again, only 1 poll box, so we can't take anything for granted just yet. Still waiting for a lot of these results to come in and also waiting for a lot of the vote to come in. So it is still very early to draw any huge conclusions just yet.
Okay, early, although interesting to watch what is happening there. Before we leave, though, Eric, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Kitchener Centre, because that is one riding of interest, in particular for the Greens, that there might be a chance for them holding on to. I'm wondering what early results are showing us right now.
Nothing yet from Kitchener-Waterloo, and that's going to be a key region. But why don't we just take a look at it just to show you what's happening there. Mike Morris is the incumbent. He is one of 2 Green incumbents, and really the fate of the Green Party will hang on him. We didn't actually talk a lot about the Greens in the first hour, but you could look at Prince Edward Island. That was a place where the Greens did quite well. Even in the context of the disastrous 2021 election, their vote tanked in PEI. So if Mike Morris gets reelected, it'll be because of Mike Morris.
Absolutely. Okay, Eric, we'll continue the conversation a little later. Eric Grenier at the Smart Board for us this evening. Catherine.
Alors, on voit que ça bouge énormément. C'est encore
Yes,
très, très
there is a lot of changes. You see the results for the Bloc. It was 12, now it's 10. It might change again. Eric, could we go take a look at the Châteauguay riding? Because you have a star candidate for the Liberals. She's one of the survivors of the Polytechnic massacre. And so what is happening? Yeah, she's ahead of Patrick O'Hara for a few votes, but we have only 1 ballot box which has been tallied, and so we need to check closely this riding. Yes, definitely, it's a bellwether riding. And Yves-François Blanchet is ahead, no surprise. And Gaspé, the Bloc sent Alexis Deschênes to try and beat Diane Leboutillier, Minister for Fisheries, and so far Ms. Le Boutillier is ahead, but Alexis Deschênes is also a star, sort of a star candidate for the Bloc. And it is also a riding to keep under a close eye. Okay, so let's do this. And the Liberals are leading in currently. And
because he's actually at Liberal headquarters right now. This is Lansdowne Park in central Ottawa, and he just had a chance to speak with Anne-Claire Vaillancourt, the former Director of Media Relations for the Prime Minister's office. Take a listen to the interview conducted by Remy.
Alors, les résultats qui ont commencé à arriver d'à peu près
the results we started coming from everywhere in the country, including the West Coast, Anne-Claire Vaillancourt. So Atlantic has also given the trend, provided us with the trend. So what's the feeling? Well, it is important. Remember the situation of our party 3 months ago. So we launched a strong campaign with more than 10 million phone calls. We knocked on more than 6 million doors. Our Prime Minister crisscrossed the country. So I'm still very hopeful. So how do you explain this turnaround of the situation? Because everybody thought that the party was in dire straits. So what happened? Well, this is what's wonderful with the Liberal Party. The Canadians and the Liberals, they know how to show their mettle when there is a crisis, and this has been triggered by the threats coming from Donald Trump, and people have a lot of confidence in Mark Carney to confront him. Yeah, we saw Mark Carney go twice to Saskatoon and other places, which are not usually easy battlefields for the Liberals. So how come this strategy was used? Well, because we want to have a much more offensive strategy than a defensive one. And so and that applies to Saskatchewan, but also to Edmonton, and he was quite welcomed when he went to both places. So what were the offense? What are the goals that you really want to score? First of all, it's going to be a very tight race tonight. And given all the work that was carried out during the last weeks, I believe that everybody is happy and proud of the way we carried out the campaign. So here is this Liberal strategist who gave us a summary of all the efforts during the campaign. The 36 days of the campaign was 37, and even before.
Remy, thank you for that. That is Remy Autier at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Well, listen, as we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour now Eastern time, I want to bring up our national leading and elected board, give you some context to the bottom ticker that you're seeing at your screen. And as you can see, Liberals right now elected in 22 ridings, leading in 70, giving them a vote count of about 92. The Conservatives elected in 11, leading in 53. The Bloc Québécois right now leading in 12. The NDP leading in 1 riding. And so this is the picture that we have for you as we approach the 10 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Pacific time. That means British Columbia and Yukon are about to join the vote tally. You are watching Vote 2025 on CPAC. So there you have it. We are now going to get the vote tallies from ridings right across the country, from Newfoundland, Labrador, all the way to British Columbia. Hello again, I'm Michael Serapio. I want to bring in Eric Grenier right away to see where things are standing right now, keeping a very bird's eye view of what is happening across the country with the results board behind him. Eric, let's begin with the leading and elected. What picture is emerging for you at this moment in time?
Well, we are seeing that the Liberals are starting off in a pretty strong position, because we do see that they have more gains than losses based on where things were in the last election. But it is very hard early on, because you can see in Quebec We have a lot of areas right now that are Liberal. That would be quite a bit of a shock that they're doing quite well in the eastern townships. They're ahead in a riding in Lévis. They've got a few pickups here in central Quebec, which would be a bit of a surprise. So we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to some of these. And if we look in Ontario, you look at southwestern Ontario, these a couple of ridings here that I don't think they're going to hold on to the Liberals. So we're going to have to wait and see when we get some more results. We can take a look at some key ridings, though, for the Liberals. London Centre, Peter Frederick Katos is leading there over the Conservatives. That would be a hold for the Liberals. London West, again, a hold for the Liberals. So it's a mix of some early results in some weird ridings and some results that make a little bit more sense. But right now, we're still seeing that the Liberals are leading in more seats than the Conservatives, at least right now.
Yeah, at least right now. And as you say, early results for many of the ridings that we're tracking at this moment in time. But as British Columbia joins the vote tally here, Eric, I'm wondering what you are watching out for right now in BC, given how tight the race is, according to the most recent polls.
Yeah, the polls were suggesting that it is more or less a toss-up in British Columbia with a lot of regional variations. And we can look at the results in the last election to tell us why. In the interior, very strong for the Conservatives. The NDP had one seat in the southern interior. It'll be very hard for them to hold that. They also hold a seat in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which, again, the Conservatives are going to be targeting. We saw the BC Conservatives win that seat in the recent provincial election. But it is largely going to be decided by what's going to happen in the BC Lower Mainland. Some of these NDP seats are going to be tough for the NDP to hold. We only see them with one on the board right now. So these are going to be key to see if the New Democrats can hold off the Liberals, and also if the Liberals are going to hold off the Conservatives. Some discussion that they might be able to move into the ridings south of the Fraser River. That would be really important for Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, and also Vancouver Island. This is the results from last time. All orange, one green. How many orange will remain on Vancouver Island? The number could be 0, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen there. The Conservatives are hoping to pick up the Northern Island, and the Liberals have their eye on the ridings in and around Victoria.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. We'll speak again. Eric Grenier at the results board for us here in studio. Well, let's go around right now with the different party strategists, focusing in on British Columbia because they are joining on stream right now. Susan, how are Liberals feeling about their chances right now in BC?
I think they're feeling very good about Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. I think they are seats that they are hoping to hold and possibly pick up in Vancouver. The island is going to be very difficult. It's always very difficult. It's typically blue and orange. I think we're talking about North Island, Powell River. That one's very interesting. I was talking to some folks on the ground there. Aaron Gunn, the Conservative candidate, has made some very difficult comments about residential school survivors. There are a lot of Indigenous people in the riding. And then there's a Liberal candidate and the NDP candidate. So that will be a very interesting riding to shake out. But BC for the Liberals will mostly be down in the Lower Mainland in Vancouver. And again, that's exciting. In January, that wasn't looking that way. And so there's a few new candidates. Gregor Robertson, the former mayor of Vancouver, he will look to hold that seat. Used to be Joyce Murray's seat. And I expect to see people like Jonathan Wilkinson and Terry Beach and Patrick Weiler and others returned. If all goes well tonight.
Okay, if all goes well for Liberals, let's bring in Cole right now to talk about how Conservatives are feeling right now about British Columbia.
Sure. So when I'm looking at British Columbia, I'm looking if we can extrapolate the BC provincial election results onto the federal results at all. So I'm looking, Metro Vancouver, Burnaby, New West, Surrey, Delta, looking at the island as well and seeing what gains Conservatives can make there. The polling, has jumped all over the place during the election. So the Conservatives, if we don't make up ground in Ontario, will look to sort of see if we can pull something off in BC and gain a few more seats there. Okay,
listen, Ferg, I'm going to get you to weigh in a second, but right now I want to bring up a results board. This is in Quebec, the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, we can now declare that François-Philippe Champagne has won his riding, only 15 of 296 polls reporting, but again, he has won that riding. The industry minister in the Trudeau government, the finance minister in the brief first Mark Carney government, but he is now declared in the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Farouk, so that is the Quebec situation, at least one riding in Quebec, but let's talk about British.
He will play a big role, François-Philippe Champagne in Carney government, so as a key player in Quebec, so it's not a surprising one. This is the Jean Chrétien's old riding, right? Mm-hmm. So that's not a surprise. Yeah. On BC.
Yeah, on British Columbia, New Democrat hopes.
Yeah, half the caucus is from BC. this is, I mean, there's no more Canada past BC. It's the Pacific Ocean. So that's a ball game for the NDP where they can pick up seats, or they can maintain seats. As other provinces, BC's many elections in one. So an election on the Vancouver Island, we mentioned the blue-orange switch vote. The Liberals are in there. Mr. Carney spent a lot of time in Victoria. So something to, it's new numbers. We haven't seen those kind of numbers in British Columbia. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out on the island, in the Lower Mainland, where a lot of NDP MPs are, including the leader. The leader's seat, apparently, according to the projections, it's going to be hard because it's a new riding. It's less favorable. So we'll see. And obviously all this is within the context of what happened, the tragedy that happened in Vancouver, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Jagmeet Singh stayed in BC towards the end of the campaign. Not sure how that will affect the election. I'm not sure we want to know, but it's, as strategists, it's important to know how it affects the turnout and so on. But we'll see. So it's the election on the island. It's the election on the Lower Mainland. There's another election in BC Interior, which used to be good for the NDP, maybe not this time. So I think they'll concentrate on the mainland and on the island. And at the end of the night, maybe that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seat will make a difference in the balance of power.
Okay. Listen, we're going to get a bit more. We're going to go to Justin Ling in a moment at Liberal headquarters, but I do want to bring up right now some more results of elected in the prairies. We have there Dan Mazier in Riding Mountain declared a Conservative over Terry Hayward, the Liberal in that riding. We also have in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake a Conservative Rosemary Falk now declared in that with only 16 polls of 183, but enough to declare Rosemary Falk as the Conservative MP. Stephen Bonk now declared in Souris Moose Mountain. And one more to share with you right now before we go over to Justin Ling in Calgary Nose Hill. Michelle Rempel-Gardner wins re-election in her riding, Calgary Nose Hill. We'll talk about those results in a moment. But as I say, I want to go to Justin Ling right now, journalist at Liberal headquarters, who's been patiently waiting. So Justin, thank you for standing by to join us right now. I appreciate it. But you're in Liberal headquarters right now. You've been talking to Liberals, those higher up in the campaign. So I'm kind of wondering how they're feeling right now on election night about their chances of not only winning, but also coming out with the majority that the polls said that they were on the precipice of gaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to hear them give us a lot of detail up until some of those results really firm up, until we start to see where the bloc is in Quebec, until we start to see where the GTA sort of shakes out. I can tell you that before a lot of the results started coming in, they were really bullish, right? So the Liberals had about 28 seats they were targeting across the country, some in the East Coast, a big number in Quebec and Ontario, obviously, and then some across the prairies in BC. Already, it looks like they haven't won all the seats they want to, and in fact, they lost a couple seats they were absolutely positive they were going to keep. So I don't know that this is great news for them thus far, but nevertheless, I mean, looking at where the numbers are, looking at the fact that this is a two-way race, looking at the fact the NDP has basically disappeared, the Greens are not a factor, even in ridings where they used to be competitive, I think this probably trends well for the Liberals, but I think they're probably biting their nails at least for the next 45 minutes or so.
Okay, biting their nails, but conversely, you've also been speaking to Conservatives. I'm wondering what you're hearing from the Conservative camp about this evening.
I think they're cautiously optimistic right now. They've been saying for a while that they think it's possible the Liberal vote, even if it's trending in the high 40s, is too efficient, right? It's really strong in ridings where the NDP used to be strong. It's really strong in ridings that are urban, but that it will ultimately underperform in ridings where they need to start picking up. And that's kind of what we're seeing. I mean, it already looks like they're going to lose 2 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador. There might be, less competition in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick than they'd hoped. If that trend repeats itself across the country, and if the Liberals do really well in Toronto, really well in Vancouver, but not so great in Manitoba, in the GTA, then maybe the Conservatives can start feeling optimistic. But I'll tell you what, I don't think these numbers are good enough for the Conservatives to start talking seriously about measuring the drapes at Rideau Hall, or Rideau Cottage, I should say. They're already talking about the failures of the Conservative campaign, about their inability to reach maybe skeptics of Pierre Poilievre, their inability to bring in people like Doug Ford, people like Tim Houston, the Premier of Nova Scotia, and there's already a feeling like campaign manager Jenny Byrne exerted too much control, exerted too much, centralization in messaging and in focus around Pierre Poilievre, and people are not happy about that. Conservatives are not happy with the way in which the campaign was run, although if things do shake out better, of course, I think a lot of those people will change their tunes pretty quickly.
Okay, Justin, always appreciate it. Thank you for patiently waiting. That is journalist Justin Ling at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Well, with that, let's take a look at the national poll. As we say, the ticker at the bottom of your screen is telling the story of 128 Liberals leading elected. But let's actually break that down into the national seats. You'll see that really only 24 have been declared elected for the Liberals at this point. They are leading in 104 ridings. The Conservatives have only been elected in 15 ridings, leading right now in 74. The Bloc elected in 2, leading in 14. The NDP right now leading in 2. Let's bring in Eric Grenier right now with more of a bird's eye view of these numbers. How is this breaking down when you look at the national map, Eric?
Well, we are seeing more or less what we would have expected, with a few exceptions, and maybe we can take a look at some of them. So let's start with Quebec. We're seeing that the Liberals are doing quite well in the southern part of the province, in particular in the eastern townships. You can look at a riding like Brome-Missisquoi. Well, they're just up by 10 votes there. That's not a huge one there. Shefford, though, this is more votes have been counted. They have a lead of just around 900 votes over Andréane Larouche of the Bloc. So this would be a pickup from the Bloc. And we actually see a number of these kinds of ridings across the province. This is one we're going to be watching all night, so I wanted to take a look at it. Berthier-Masquinanger, Ruth Ellen Brousseau trying to make that comeback. That candidate who had spent part of the campaign in 2011 in Las Vegas made herself into quite a good constituency MP. We'll see what's going to happen in that riding. And if we take another look around where things are in and around Montreal, you can see that in these two ridings in the Rive-Nord, these are where the Liberals are leading in Thérèse de Blainville. Very small margin right now, but it was a key target for the Liberals. And in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, again, it's just very few votes have been counted there. But these are two ridings that the Liberals were targeting in the Montreal area. So we'll see if we're going to have more of those Bloc ridings flip over to the Liberals in the greater Montreal area. Now, if we go to Ontario, and we'll go to, why don't we start in Eastern Ontario? Pretty much what we would have expected in Ottawa, in Gatineau, that the Liberals are doing well there, winning in Prescott-Russell-Cumberland. But here's an interesting one, Bay of Quinte. This is a riding that the Liberals would be targeting. They won it in 2015. Right now, Chris Mallette is ahead of Ryan Williams by a very few amount of votes, but it is certainly going to be one to watch. And how about this one, Bellwether, Peterborough? And we have actually a lot of votes counted here. We've got 10 boxes. And we've got Emma Harrison leading Michelle Ferreri by, about 800 votes. And this is a bellwether riding. Often the winner of this, if they win it, if the Liberals have won it, they get a majority. If in the past that is often the case, if the Conservatives do, then the Liberals might not be able to win it. If we go to the Greater Toronto Area, there's a bit of blue here. There's a bit of extra blue that we might not have expected. Some of them we'll have to wait and see. You can look at a riding like Etobicoke North. This is Doug Ford's riding. It's Ford Nation. It's also one of the safest Liberal ridings in all of Toronto. It's Kirsty Duncan who would win this by huge margins. Right now, it's John Zuricelli is the Liberal candidate very early on, but you can see that the Conservatives have the edge there. That's so far, it's not a bad map for the Conservatives in the GTA, but a lot of these are very, very early on. How about Oakville East? It's a 42-vote tie. So there's still lots of close ridings to watch. Across the province and across the country.
Okay, still lots of close ridings, and I'm sorry to jump in, Eric, but I do have a declaration to make there. CPAC relies on the Canadian press numbers to make declarations. Take a look at what we're hearing from the Canadian press right now. They are at this moment in time declaring a Liberal government. Now, whether that is a minority or majority, that is still to be seen. But at this point, at 10:14 p.m. Eastern Time, Canadian Press is declaring a Liberal government. Let's go right now to Andrew Thompson. He is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa at Lansdowne Park. Andrew, hello to you. What's been the reaction there on the floor?
Well, Michael, just a few moments ago, as networks began to make these declarations of a Liberal government, there was a big cheer, as you might expect, from the crowd here at the floor at TD Place Arena. The first real big cheer of the night. The only other cheer I heard was when there was a projection showing that Sean Fraser had retaken the lead in Central Nova. So there had been a bit of apprehension about where the results were going, but obviously the crowd here now in a very good mood, a lot of red, and now waiting to see what exactly this means in terms of a majority or a minority. Can these results coming in now from across the country translate into a full majority government? If and when that projection comes, Michael, there will obviously be another big cheer.
Okay, and we'll be watching that again. At this point, Canadian Press declaring a Liberal government. We're now watching to see whether that government will be a minority or a majority government, but you see there at the bottom of your screen, Liberals right now leading and elected in 138 ridings, the Conservatives in 95, the Bloc leading in 18. Let's go, as I mentioned, the Bloc. Catherine Lefrance, you're keeping a very close eye right now on Quebec and the situation there.
Absolutely, parce que peut-être plus que jamais, c'est le Québec qui va déterminer.
More than ever, Quebec will decide whether it's a majority or minority Liberal government. Now, of course, there are 18 Bloc candidates who have been elected or are ahead. Eric, can we go to you to see the details? Let's look at the Quebec map and the ridings in Quebec around Montreal. We haven't looked at Montreal very much, so perhaps we could focus on Montreal and see what's happening there now.
Some boards here, some candidates elected, I believe, in Quebec as well, beginning in the Beauce.
Oui, alors, oui, pardon, Michael, oui, vous avez
yes,
raison.
Michael, you're right. In Beauce, Jason Groslo is elected very handily, not a surprise. And let's go over to the next table. Bécancourt Nicolet Sorel, Louis Plamondon. He's a big hard hitter for the Bloc, very important for the Bloc, and he won pretty easily over his Liberal rival, Joliette Manawan. No surprise there either. The Bloc candidate Gabriel Sainte-Marie, who wins it. The next board elected Patricia Latancio in Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. That's in Montreal. That gives you an idea of the vote in Montreal. No surprise for that riding in Montreal. Saint-Maurice Champlain now. As we said, François-Philippe Champagne elected pretty easily, pretty handily, beating his Conservative rival. And the NDP is last behind the Conservatives and the Bloc.
Compton Stanstead, alors Marianne Dandurand devant la
Compton Stanstead, Marianne Dandurand, who beats Nathalie Bess for the Bloc. The Liberals were counting on this. Look at the difference, 5,815 to 2,619. And once again, the NDP is last, fourth. That's heartbreaking as well. So I think it gives us a good idea, a good picture of the picture in Quebec. And the last board... No, that was the last one. Okay, Michael, let's look at Montreal now. We were talking about this earlier. Montreal is an urban vote. It's important. It's generally red, Liberal. Will Alexandre Boulris hold on to his seat in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie? Eric, let's look at Montreal. There are two blue ridings. Let's look at them. I don't think that will remain Conservative. Laurier Sainte-Marie, Stephen Guilbeault's riding. 11 votes have been counted so far. I don't think it'll remain blue. Mount Royal, that's perhaps more interesting. The Conservatives hope to win this type of riding. Anthony Housefather, the outgoing member, we'll see if it remains blue. That's surprising. Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, Alexandre Boulris is now ahead. Just 3 boxes have been counted so far. And you can see that he has a lead of a couple of votes over Jean-Sébastien Vallée, but it's something we'll keep an eye on. So that's interesting. Well, it's too difficult to say, but in the southern suburbs and northern suburbs, let's look at what's going on there, because these are ridings where the race is very, very tight between the Bloc and the Liberals. What's happening? Well, let's look at La Prairie à Tataken. Now, this is a target for the Liberals. Alain Thériat for the Bloc is second, is behind. And now if we look at Longueuil, Charlemagne. This was won by the Liberals last time, but Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. That's a target for the Liberals once again. Nathalien Joseph is ahead of Denis Trudel, the outgoing MP for the Bloc. and the North Shore, Terrebonne now. The Liberals are behind the Bloc by a few hundred votes. And Thérèse de Blainville here, that's a target for the Liberals. They're in the lead, the Liberals in the lead there. Rivière de Mille-Îles, once again, not many boxes counted, just 3. So what we're seeing is on the South Shore, we're seeing possible gains for the Liberals. Thanks, Eric.
You know what, Eric, stand by there. I'm going to ask the control room to get us the national leading elected. But going back quickly to you, Eric, at the board, can you call up Mount Royal again? Just take a look at that riding result for us right now. Sure. If we can go into Mount Royal, just the interesting story, the fact that Irwin Cotler, the former Justice Minister for the Liberals, is in support of Anthony Howe's father, but at the same time his wife was supporting the Conservative candidate, which I interviewed Mr. Cotler about, and it was one of those, Lucy, you have explaining to do. So a bit of the split there. But Eric, thank you for that. Let's bring in the national leading and elected board right now for how things are breaking down across the country. Liberals elected in 26 ridings, leading in 113. Conservatives at 20 elected, leading in 88. Cole, I'm going to bring you in at this point as the declaration has been made of a Liberal government. Where does this leave the Conservative campaign? Where are they looking to essentially hold off a Liberal majority at this point?
So we'll see how the results play out in the prairies and in Western Canada in particular. I'll be looking to see if there are Liberal gains in Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg. If it's a blue shutout there, then maybe they can sort of boost up their own numbers and tamp down any Liberal gains across the prairies. We'll see how the rest of Ontario plays out, and then finally at the end, seeing if we can maintain things, gain a few seats in BC, and see if we can get above the 2021 result.
Yeah, and again, a Liberal government now declared, waiting to see if it's a majority or a minority. You talk about the West, you reference Ontario very quickly, but I'm going to ask you to dig down because, of course, the battleground is the 905. How are Conservatives feeling about that race right now?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that shifted throughout the election. Obviously, Pierre spent a lot of time in the GTA, Brampton, Mississauga, a lot of smaller towns, a lot of efforts put toward the rallies in particular to try to switch things and shift things over. But the problem with Ontario, even if the gap narrowed significantly throughout the process of the election, the Liberals still maintained, a 5 to 9, 10-point lead throughout the election that might have been too hard to close the gap on. So we'll see what we end up with at the end of the night.
Okay, Susan, let's bring you into the conversation right now. Obviously, Liberals feeling good, the fact that it's been declared a government for the party. How do you feel right now about the chances of making that into a majority for the government?
Hopeful. Hopeful. I mean, we always knew it was going to be tight. I'd like to congratulate the Liberals and congratulate all the parties that we have worked hard together against. I mean, it's been a good democratic process in Canada. A Liberal government, I think, says that Canadians trusted Mark Carney to be their voice for dealing with Trump and to set the tone and the pace and the direction for our economy going forward. How big a win it is remains to be seen. I was just trying to peek in at Calgary to see if George Chahal won his seat. The maps are all failing me now to see how we did in northern Saskatchewan. I think I saw a bit of red there. So that's going to be very interesting. I think BC will be at 905, and as the rest of the results come in across Toronto, and then BC Lower Mainland will really determine how big that gap is, particularly Ontario. I think vote-rich Ontario. I'll be the first one to say it on this group.
122 seats at play in Ontario, many of those in the Greater Toronto area, as you say, Cole. The 416, which is Toronto proper, the 905, the suburbs around it. Laurie, what are you making of the results so far as you see them?
Well, I mean, for a while, I think there was reason to question whether the polls and the big night for the Liberals that they had suggested, was that really going to come to fruition? But now I think as we see more results come in from across the country, there's a sense that this thing is taking shape. The Liberals are clearly ahead. It looks like majority territory to me. I'd be surprised if it weren't at this point. And I think also we've talked a lot about the ballot question shaping up to be this two-way race between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and it's about the leadership, who is the right person to lead the country. I think we can also see a test and the results of these tests coming in of the different strategies that the parties have used this whole time. So the NDP, for example, focusing on keeping what they have, kind of similar to what the Ontario NDP did in the last election. I think the true test of that is going to be British Columbia, but and we've still got some time to go for that one.
Okay. Well, listen, watching it again very closely. Let's go to Julie Van Dusen right now. She is at Conservative headquarters, the Watch Party at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Julie, what's the mood there at Conservative HQ?
Well, when you say watch party, it's not much of a party, I can tell you that. I was showing my phone with some of the results coming out, the fact that one of the networks was declaring that the Liberals had won, and this advisor said, oh, wow, this is news to me. So he took off and started talking to a few people. I went and talked to another advisor, and obviously the news is filtering out here. It is extremely quiet. People are just kind of absorbing it. We're trying to figure out if people are going to stay or leave. I asked one advisor, will Mr. Poilievre still come here? Yes, he will, I'm told. He will come here and speak to people. I don't know exactly who will be left at what time or whatever, because we do have the complication of the fact that he is in the Carleton riding with 91 candidates, and they're still trying to untangle that. I don't even think we've seen any results out of Carleton yet. So back to one of the advisors I was speaking to about the result, and he was telling me, you know, this has been a crazy campaign. I don't know what else we could have done other than what we did. When people say we didn't pivot, we did talk about Trump, you know, and just the fact that we never expected, this person told me, that the polls would be so high for us for so long. We knew that when you hit a campaign, when things start to happen, so, you know, we didn't think we were going to be riding high for as long as we did, and we knew that things could change. So people are just absorbing it. It's really just hitting the room in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And everybody is just quietly just looking at it and probably thinking their own thoughts and certainly not very happy about it.
Well, understandably, and of course we'll keep watching the results as they come through and keep getting a reaction from you there at Conservative headquarters. But for now, Julie Van Dusen, thank you for that. And I want to now bring in Eric Grenier. You know, Eric, looking at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, 148 leading and elected for the Liberals, 116 for Conservatives. What region of the country are you looking at right now, and what can you tell us about how those numbers are playing out at the riding level?
Well, one of the regions I wanted to look at was out on the prairies, because we actually have some pretty interesting results. We'll start in Manitoba. You can see that Churchill-Kawatanukaski, which was an NDP riding, Nikki Ashton has been the MP there for a very long time. Rebecca Chartrand, in a comeback performance, she tried to run in the previous election, is currently leading over Nikki Ashton. Still not too many votes counted, but something to watch. But then if we look into Winnipeg, there's not, well, first of all, there's no orange. And we can look at Winnipeg Centre. That would have been one of the key ridings for the New Democrats to hold. Leah Gazan is trailing there behind Rahul Walia of the Liberals, though it is still very close. And you can look at some of the other ridings. The Liberals are picking up at this stage Winnipeg West, still tight. Doug Olfson and Marty Morantz, and I think this is the third fight between the two of them. But right now it looks like the Liberal is ahead. And you can look at, how about this one, Elmwood Transcona. This would have been, this is a key riding for the NDP. They nearly lost it in a by-election in the fall. Currently, Leela Dance is trailing, but again, it is still very early. And if we go over to Saskatchewan, as expected, the Liberals are ahead in Desnethé, Massinipi, Churchill River. Buckley Belanger, former NDP MLA. On the boundaries, this changed to a Liberal riding in the last elections. Heavily Indigenous, and the Liberals won the vote here by a pretty significant margin, so not a surprise to see that the Liberals would be leading, even though it is still very early. And before we saw that in Regina, the Liberals had been leading in Regina-Wascana. It is still very close, though. It's only 30 votes between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And finally, if we can go to Alberta just for a moment, take a look at Edmonton. Not seeing any gains yet for the Liberals. They had a lot of expectations about Edmonton Southeast. Amarjeet Sohi is still trailing there. They had some hopes about Edmonton Centre. Eleanor Ozlowski is trailing there. And we're still waiting for Edmonton Strathcona. That could be an NDP seat for Heather McPherson. And if we just finally look at what's happening in Calgary, we got two Liberals on the board right now. Calgary Centre, Lindsay Lunau is leading over Greg McLean of the Conservatives. And then we'll just take a look at this one here. Calgary Crowfoot, that's a 1-vote lead, and it's only one poll, so we'll wait and see. But we're seeing some pickups for the Liberals, maybe not as much as they would have hoped for in Edmonton, but seeing some good results for them in Manitoba.
Okay, again, early results. We're watching closely. Listen, Eric, thank you for that. We'll get to you in a second. But I want to bring in Catherine Lafrance because, Catherine, some big news here.
Oui, tout à fait. Alors, Yves-François Blanchet a été élu.
Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. You'll see it on the screen. Not a surprise, of course. He's elected in Belleuil-Chambly, 7,325 votes. And let's go over to Omar at BQ headquarters.
Si on peut la joindre en ce moment.
I'm not sure if she's available. Are you there?
Alors, écoutez, on va pas aller la joindre en
All right,
direct,
so we won't go to her now, but we'll go to, let's look at a video that was filmed earlier with the president of the Bloc Québécois. I'm with Suzanne Proulx, president of the Bloc Québécois. Ms. Proulx, hello, good evening. We've just heard that some Bloc members have been elected. How do you feel? I'm very, very happy with the election of Alexis Deschênes in Gaspé, Île-la-Madeleine. I'm very, very proud of the campaign he conducted. So, how has this campaign been? It's been very, very good for us. Of course, there was the Trump effect at the start. So that was something new for us, of course, but it affected everyone. But in terms of organization, in terms of the way things went, everything went very, very well. We had a team of candidates, an exceptional slate. Everyone did what they had to do. The activists and our leader as well. He performed very well in the debates, both in the French and the English debates. There were no issues during the campaign, no stumbles, no scandals. Everything went very, very well. I think as a party, we were ready. We were mobilized. And our activists, the organizational team, well, they're all incredible, an incredible team. But a Liberal government's being called. Your leader talked about that. What does that mean for the Bloc Québécois? Well, to be honest, well, a Liberal or a Conservative government, that really doesn't concern us. What we really want is a minority government which will give room for a coalition government with the Bloc Québécois, so that the voices of Quebecers is heard through the Bloc Québécois in Parliament. Now, they've just announced a Liberal government. Our leader had announced that already. We knew that. We still don't know whether it will be a minority or a minority government. That remains to be determined. We're waiting to see what happens. And the best scenario for us would really be a Liberal government, because that's what it looks like it'll be, but a minority government, because that would give you the balance of power. That's what you want. Yeah, that's right. It gives us strength. It allows us to make gains for Quebecers. It allows us to express their voice and to protect the interests of Quebec as well with this government. This is what people call the balance of power. And for us, it's essential. It's very, very important. You mentioned Donald Trump at the start of the interview. There's a nationalistic feeling across Canada, including in Quebec. Has that undermined your message? I don't think it did, no. I think that this all started with Trump and the unpredictability of this U.S. president. People were frightened. He instilled fear in Canadians in Quebec, and that brought Canadians together. I think that was generated by the fear of what might happen with his threats to annex Canada as the 51st state, and also tariffs. That was essential as well. What we're really worried about, really, is to preserve supply management for Quebec. It's essential for us. And with a minority government, the government won't have any other choice, so they'll have to take into account the message of the Bloc and Quebecers. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Omaira Issa earlier at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. Now, the Bloc Québécois has 23 leading or elected in 23 ridings. That's 10 fewer than at dissolution of the House, so it's far fewer, in fact. So let's look at what's happening with the bloc. It's not over yet in Quebec. There are some who are in danger of not being elected or re-elected. Abitibi James, the Liberal Mandy Gull-Masté is ahead over Sylvie Bérubé. Let's look at the next race, Châteauguay, and that was important. It was an important target for the Liberals. Nathalie Provost is leading over the bloc. And candidate Patria O'Hara, Nathalie Provost, survived the Polytechnique massacre, and she founded Police Je Me Souviens, which has fought for gun control. She's a star candidate, and she's got a comfortable lead. Trois-Rivières now, René Villemur. That's surprising. Caroline Desrochers is ahead if she wins. Well, it'll be surprising for Trois-Rivières. And Yves Lévesque, the former mayor of Trois-Rivières, for the Conservatives, is in third place. Now, Shefford, Félix Dion for the Liberals is comfortably ahead over Andréane Larouche for the Bloc. That would be a major loss for the Bloc if this happens, actually. We have other results coming in now. La Salle, Aymar, Verdun, an important riding. Claude Guay for the Liberals. That's Montreal, and NDP once again fourth in Montreal behind the Conservatives, which is a surprising result for them. Other results coming in, Beauport, Limoilou. That's around the Quebec City area. Steve Leroy, the Liberal, is ahead of the Conservative. Hugo Langlois and Julie Vignola, very well known in the region for the Bloc, is third. And once again, it's a surprising result for Beauport, Limoilou to see the Liberals ahead. Now, I'd also remind you, and this is important, we haven't talked about this much, Michael Gaspésie, La Madeleine, Céline Deschênes for the Bloc was elected and who beat Diane Leboutillier. So we're keeping a close eye on that and what's happening in Quebec.
To the conversation, because, you know, those were just some of the closer, tougher fights that we're watching in Quebec right now. But you were reacting to our bottom line. Liberals 152, Conservatives 129, Bloc 22, the NDP at 7. And repeating the headline, we've already declared a Liberal government. We're now just trying to determine whether or not it's going to be a minority or majority government. And you, looking at the numbers at first blush, believe we are headed towards a Liberal majority.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be tight now. I don't want to make it's all under, you know. The way I projected this election, in order to get a minority government, the Bloc needs to be at least above 30 seats, and the NDP needs to be around 10 to 12 at least, right? So to give a chance to a minority government. Right now, I'm not seeing that, but although Lower Mainland has not come in yet, so we'll see about that. For the Bloc, I'm not sure if there's still some seats that haven't not reported yet, but if everything has reported, they're only leading in 21. That's lower than their number that they had starting at 32, I believe. And so under that number, it looks good for the Liberal to squeak out the majority.
Yeah, squeak out the majority, and 172 is the magic number that we're watching for, whether or not it is a majority. Susan, how are you feeling at this moment in time looking at the numbers?
Well, feeling better. A couple interesting seats in Quebec. La Salle-et-Mar, that was the seat that was David Lamette's before the Bloc won it in the by-election. The Liberals are leading in that one, so that could be very interesting if we take that back. And Abitibi, Mandy Gull-Masty, the former Grand Chief of the Cree, that was a Bloc riding before that, and before that it was Romeo Saganash's riding, an NDP riding, and so that's looking potentially like it could go Liberal, and that's an interesting one as well. So we'll have some interesting First Nations voices in the House of Commons if that particular seat holds. So feeling good about that. Again, continue to watch 905. I'm watching Bright Bits of Red. It's early reporting, but Stephen Fuhr in Kelowna was a Liberal seat in 2015. He lost subsequently, and there has been some riding redistribution. I was talking to some people in Kelowna this week, and he lost some of the more Liberal-friendly segments of his riding, but so far the polls there's some red in there, which I sort of zeroed in on the map and said, what is that? So that's out of the lower mainland, and maybe there's bits of hope there. I'm still waiting to see a couple of dots of red in Alberta.
Okay, listen, we'll get to BC in a moment. I know Eric is standing by with some of the early results, but I saw a board there very quickly about some of the seat changes right now as they stand again. Leading elected, not yet determined in Quebec. Let's put that up for our audience home. So this is the shift that we are potentially seeing in Quebec. We need to see if this actually firms up. 77 of 78 ridings reporting. Not all of them declared elected yet, but this is the trend line that we're looking at Quebec. Plus 13 for the Liberals, minus 13 for the Bloc. That would put the Liberals in the direction of majority territory. Again, not yet confirmed, but Catherine, a very interesting picture that's emerging in Quebec.
Oui, tout à fait. Même si tout est loin d'être arrêté,
Very interesting. Even if it's not over yet, Quebec is not as pale blue as it was at dissolution of the House. So that's interesting to see what's happening in Quebec. Michael, let's look at what Omaira Issa has to say. She's at BQ headquarters. Can you tell us a bit about the atmosphere? The Bloc Québécois can be happy because they've made again Gaspésie, Les Îles, but if the current trend is confirmed to 21 seats, that's where they're elected or leading. It's much fewer than they had before dissolution. What's the atmosphere like there, Omaira? Well, Catherine, the atmosphere is a mix of applause. Each time there's a Bloc candidate ahead, people are shouting and applauding. People are very happy, even if only 21 ridings have a Bloc candidate ahead or elected. That remains to be confirmed, but militants or activists are very happy. The big issue this evening is will the Bloc maintain the balance of power? There are hundreds of activists here. The House is full, the room's full. Thanks, Omaira. All right, so it's very interesting, I think. The pollsters and the figures have changed, and things have gone back and forth, and especially at the end of the campaign. At the start of the campaign, the Bloc was looking at losing many more seats, 22, 23, leading or elected. That'll change, but not a lot, I don't think. We're not looking at 33 seats for the Bloc, that's for sure. Do you think that the Bloc can be happy that they did better than what they said, what people were saying would happen to them at the start of the campaign? People thought they might only win about 14 seats, but can they be really, really happy with the result? We'll have to see what they say and what the final results are, but they're currently looking at about 22, 23 seats currently.
Because this could be part of the story of whether it's a Liberal majority, Liberal minority government, Quebec, Ontario, and of course British Columbia playing important roles in this given the number of seats each province has. Let's go to Eric Grenier right now because he is taking an early look at British Columbia. Eric, what are you finding so far?
So it is early. We are seeing a lot of red in the interior, which is a little bit of an unexpected development. Kelowna, though, is not an unexpected one. We did see that the Liberals won this back in 2015. Stephen Fuhr, as was mentioned, is back on the ballot, and he is leading. It is a small lead, but he is leading right now against the Conservative incumbent Tracy Gray. But next door, in Okanagan Lake, West South Kelowna, well, it's just a few ballots, so we don't need to pay too much attention to that. And in Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, though, the Liberals are actually leading, and there's a lot of votes being counted. There's a 300-vote lead here for Gloria Morgan of the Liberals. This is quite unexpected. The NDP's incumbent was not running for re-election, and as we've seen in a lot of other places, the NDP vote is tanking. And here, it does seem like it didn't go to the Conservatives. It is going to the Liberals right now. So this is an interesting one. Maybe this could be some of those advance polls that we know are going to be pretty favorable to the Liberals. But if they picked up this seat in the interior, that would be a bit of a shock. Now, if we go to the metro area, still actually waiting for a lot of results here. And this is maybe where that Liberal majority minority could play out, because if we look at last time, there was quite a lot of red. And there was a little bit of orange, and that orange is going to be tough, I think, for the New Democrats to hold. So we're waiting for some of those results to come in. We can take a look at some of them. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies is leading, though it isn't a huge margin right now, and there's not a lot of votes counted in Vancouver Kingsway. What about Vancouver East? Jenny Kwan is behind by 10 votes, but again, only a few votes have been counted. And this would be a bit of a surprise, and I'm expecting, yes, that Hedy Fry, who has been there since 1993, unlikely to be taken down tonight, but right now she is trailing. That's probably an unfamiliar feeling for her.
Yeah, well, watching that closely, Eric, thank you, Eric Grenier at the results board for us. Listen, as we keep an eye on the bottom line, again, repeating, Canadian Press, which is our declaration team, they have declared a Liberal government, but we're also keeping an eye on where the leaders are running right now. We have two riding results to share with you, beginning with the riding of Carleton. This is in the capital region, just around Ottawa. You see there Pierre Poilievre. He has held this riding since 2004. Right now, with just one poll reporting, and this could be the result of some advanced polls, Bruce Fanjoy right now is leading with that one poll, so we'll be watching that very closely. And from Carleton, the neighboring riding is actually Nepean, and that is where Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, is running, and right now with 30 polls of 229 reporting, he is clearly with a comfortable lead there, so watching those very closely in the capital region, both the Conservative and the Liberal leader, which brings up an interesting point about the vulnerability of Pierre Poilievre in his own riding. Cole, how concerned is Poilievre? How concerned is the Conservative team that he may not be able to hold Carleton?
I think the team's pretty confident that they can hold on to Carleton. You know, Pierre's had that seat for quite some time now, so I think they're not overly concerned. You know, the leader's seat is usually a pretty safe bet, and I think the team and the volunteers spread across the country spent most of their efforts, you know, on the road, shoring up seats so they can try to pick up some gains, and less concerned with the party seats. So I'm pretty confident that Poilievre can hold on to his seat tonight.
Although there were reports that the Poilievre team, the Conservative team, had to go into Carleton to shore it up. There must have been some concern on behalf of the Conservatives.
I think there's some initial concern. I mean, there's always, you know, polling from other sources, you know, indicating that there's potentially some more concern than is warranted. But I think the team is pretty confident they can pull off a win in Carleton.
Laurie, you've been watching the race closely, not surprisingly, as we all have, because it is the Conservative leaders riding, and certainly raises a lot of eyebrows if they have to send in people into the riding to try to secure it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think he would not be the first party leader who is trying to win an election, going all over the country, and the stakes are so high, and the leader's presence, the leader's time, is one of the most important things a political party has in a campaign. And so as the leader's going out and trying to help all of the other candidates win their seats, you know, it's hard to be in two places at once. Also, Bruce Fanjoy for the Liberals has been working for about 2 years to try to win this riding. And I mean, I can remember seeing interviews with him where people are basically like, "Are you crazy? You're never going to win. This is, you know, why even bother?" But now the closeness of the race is unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
And I think this riding was the one in the whole country that had the highest advanced poll turnout, which I think the Liberals were reading as probably a pretty good day for them.
It also had that crazy ballot, though, with 91 people on it, and that's the part that I'm worried. I'm just looking, there's only just a few people reporting, but there's almost 8 other people who have votes, and if this comes down to something really tight between Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Fanjoy, and all these votes have been peeled off by this ridiculous 91-person list ballot, I think that's exceptionally disappointing, and I think that's been a bit of an abuse of democracy. Obviously, everybody's vote counts, but it is probably not the intended result that the people in the riding actually wanted because of this.
Oui, Élections Canada disait que ça allait prendre beaucoup de temps avant d'avoir les
Election
résultats
candidates said
finaux.
it would take a long time to get the final results. So what we have is very, very fragmented. They started doing the count very early, I think, right? Yeah, because these are very, very long ballots.
I live in that riding. The ballot was 2 feet long, and a lot of people were struggling to unfold it, let alone read all 90 names, because you really had to search it through.
We saw this morning when Mr. Poilievre went to vote, the ballot looked like a book when she was putting in it for the picture.
Yeah,
like it looked so big.
Well, in fact, just to reenact a little bit, the ballots were so large that they had to keep stuffing them into the box because they occupy so much more space. So we'll see how late that actually goes to be declared. But right now, as we said, Bruce Vanjoy, the Liberal leading in the riding of Carleton. But let's bring up right now the riding of Nepean one more time, because we can share with you that Mark Carney has been elected in Nepean. So that is the first time elected as a member of Parliament. Again, this is the riding right beside Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton. We'll keep watching what's taking place in Carleton. But Mr. Carney, the Liberal leader, not only right now presiding over a Liberal win as declared by the Canadian press, he has now secured his seat in the riding of Nepean. So, you know, I'm wondering if we could bring in right now Eric with some more of the results, because I'm wondering how things are evolving in Ontario. Of course, 122 seats at play here, and really where we're going to be seeing whether or not the Liberals are on the way to majority.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at one place where the Conservatives are overperforming, it might actually be in the GTA. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like right now. It does look like a lot of red, but let's look at what things were like in the last election. You can see that the Conservatives have made some gains, or at least they're leading in a York region. They've broken in a little bit into Brampton, and those are some pretty key gains for them. We can take a look at, for example, Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. Kostas Managakis, who is a former MP, he is leading. It's not a big lead, but he is leading over the Liberal incumbent there. We take a look at Richmond Hill South. Here again, we got a lead, about a 1,000-vote lead, so it's a bit more robust there against Majid Johari of the Liberals. And if we look over in Markham Unionville, this was obviously a riding that we were talking a lot about earlier in the campaign when Paul Chang, the incumbent MP, had to be withdrawn as a candidate for comments he had made. And you can see that it is a close race between Michael Ma and the replacement, Peter Wen, but it is still a Conservative gain at the moment. If we look at some of the Brampton ridings, Ruby Sahota trailing by about 200 votes behind Amandeep Judge. Another Brampton riding to look at, Brampton West, Kamal Kara. Again, this is only 120 votes here. So we're talking about some very close races. You can look at Brampton South. Here again, only about 400 votes. Sonia Sidhu is trailing there. So we'll see how this is going to play out. If this holds this way, that's going to be a good night for the Conservatives, because this is what they needed to do. Well, this is what they needed to do to keep the Liberals to a minority. They need to do a lot better than this to win a majority. But a lot of those races are really close, so we'll have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, well, let me add on to what you're talking about right now, Eric, because we've also accumulated about 6 ridings that we're keeping a close eye in the Greater Toronto Area. Let's begin right now with Burlington North, Milton West. Adam Van Couverden, of course, a Liberal incumbent. He is right now leading, but with 47 polls of 208, it is a close race. Let's now switch over to another riding we're keeping an eye on, and this is in Brampton. Okay, I was a local reporter in Toronto, and I always get this name wrong. Chinguacousy Park in Brampton. There we go. You see there Shafak Ali leading right now, but a very narrow lead. We're talking about only 4 votes, with 58 riding polls reporting in that riding. Mississauga East Cooksville, Peter Fonseca right now, a narrow lead over Nita Kang, the Conservative candidate in that riding. One more close race here. This is Newmarket Aurora. This is Jennifer McLaughlin over Sandra Kobina, leading by about 100 votes there, a little bit over 100 votes. So keeping a close eye on that. And then one more riding here. This is Eglinton Lawrence, the riding of Eglinton Lawrence. Vince Gasparo leading over Karen Stintz. Karen Stintz, very well known in the Toronto area, local politician in that city. But there you have it. Close races that we're keeping an eye on in the Greater Toronto Area. And of course, the GTA will be a very big play in this election, as it always has been. Ontario will be, as it always has been, with 122 seats. Cole, is this? You actually reacted when Eric was talking about Conservatives overperforming in the GTA. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, I think it does quite a bit, just because of the variance in the polling numbers we saw throughout the election. So if we're doing a lot better than we were there, perhaps the Liberals can't get to that majority number. So we'll see how that plays out, but that does run, opposite to the polling trend throughout the election. So that's an encouraging trend to perhaps hold the Liberals to a minority.
And Farouk, we have the NDP leading in 9 ridings, although I didn't see any of the NDP in the GTA right now. What are your feelings about what's unfolding in Ontario right now?
Yeah, GTA is going to be hard. I think the scenario is mostly the 3 seats in that trade corridor where the tariffs hit hard: London, Windsor West, Hamilton Centre. Right now, it looks tight. It's not there yet. But 9, with the number of the Liberals around 162, 63, if I do my math correctly, 163 plus 9 is 172. So I'm just saying that it could be something like that. And even though Mr. Singh could lose maybe a third of the seats, there's still a chance that he could have the balance of power. So, I think he could hang on to that and see how it goes.
Well, and at this point, the NDP leading in 10 ridings, according to the ticker there at the bottom that we are tracking. Laurie, when you look at these trend lines going, if Farouk's calculations are talking about 172, that is a majority territory, but shorter than what I think Liberals were expecting this evening when they looked at the poll aggregates and the predictions.
Absolutely. I mean, we've certainly seen in the past couple of weeks the Liberals go in the polls from almost a sure thing majority down to like not as sure, not so much. Now looking at these, like I did the math a couple of minutes ago. It was 10 seats not reporting. But looking at this, yeah, I mean, like there could be a scenario here where we come to the end of the night and they're not quite at that majority line, which means do they make another pact with the NDP to get through? What is the role of the Bloc Québécois in that case? Things start to get kind of really interesting. And I mean, Carney's been clear from day one, give me a majority. I need it to be able to get through to do what I need to do. This is going to be a very stressful circumstance for everyone, I think, if it's a minority.
On se rend compte en effet que dans les pires scénarios là, des sondeurs,
si on compare à ça, scenarios, and if the Bloc does better and the NDP does better than what pollsters were predicting, and if the Conservatives do better, that means that the Liberals do less well. So we'll still have results to come, but now it's starting to look like what it's going to look like.
Watching right now, let's bring in a national leading and elected board right now. Just to give to some context to the bottom line that we're looking at. Liberals elected in 66, leading in 92. Excuse me, the Conservatives elected in 62, leading in 81. Now, I'm going to ask the control room to also get together for me, if it's possible, leading and elected in the province of Alberta, because we've talked about Ontario, we've talked a little bit about British Columbia, and certainly we talked about Quebec. This is the leading elected right now in Alberta, with the Conservatives elected in 19 ridings, leading in 13. The Liberals right now leading only in 3. I want to go back to Janet Brown, pollster in Alberta, the Janet Brown opinion research. Janet, thank you for joining us once again. So we were talking before we were going in, and again to state, we are early in the results when it comes to the Alberta numbers. But right now, looking at Liberals leading only in 3 ridings, what do you make of the early numbers so far?
Well, we only ever had about 8 ridings that were up for grabs here in Alberta. And so it's not completely a surprise that they're only ahead in 3. That was sort of like the realm of the possible. But earlier this evening, I said, Alberta might be the place where, majority versus minority is determined. And it looks like these Liberals are struggling to get themselves into a majority position. And so the fact that they couldn't secure a few more ridings in Alberta will be part of the story for, why they may not be getting to a majority.
And again, at this point, only leading in 3 ridings. I don't know exactly where those 3 ridings are. I don't know if you have a better sense of that. But where are you looking at right now for some movement here, beginning with the base that Alberta is Conservative bedrock? Where do you see Liberals perhaps still making some ground in the province?
Well, we haven't seen too many numbers. So where I've seen the Liberals ahead, it's in like Calgary Confederation, Calgary Centre, Calgary McKnight. Not really seeing any sort of clear victories for the Liberals up in Edmonton. So, it would appear that, Alberta is sort of, stuck with the stereotype, and that this will probably be a very firm hold for the Conservatives. And as I said, just one of the big reasons that the Liberals just may not make it into majority territory.
Okay, listen, we've actually got some boards to share with you right now. These are the close races that we have in Calgary. Let's begin first and foremost with Calgary Centre. As you say, riding that you're keeping an eye on, 4,479 votes for the Liberal candidate, 23 of 192 polls reporting right now. Conservative Greg McLean at 4,015, so just a few hundred separating those two. Let's take a look at another close race again in Calgary. You mentioned the riding Calgary Confederation, Janet. Here you have Corey Hogan with 1,792 votes. Jeremy Nixon for the Conservatives at 1,632. Again, not much of a spread between the two, with 25 polls of 233 reporting. Another one to share with you right now. This is in Calgary McKnight. Now, this is George Sahal, the Liberal incumbent, although shifting over to this riding for this election campaign. But George Sahal is a Liberal incumbent, but right now trailing Dalwinder Gill by about 80 votes, roughly speaking, 10 of 196 polls reporting right now. So there we go. Interesting that we're watching this right now. Which I don't know what that says to you, Janet, about the kind of timeline we're looking at when we'll actually know how Calgary and Edmonton work out, although it seems you're suggesting that Edmonton may not be on the shelf for the Liberals.
Well, again, we're just talking about very early numbers in Alberta. I'm not really sure why these ridings are so slow to report, and it just may be because they're quite competitive, and the counting is a little more contentious and taking a little bit longer. And as Eric has said a few times throughout the night, when you see these early polls, it's hard to know how to interpret them because you don't know where they've come from. So, these ridings that we're talking about, Calgary Confederation, Calgary Centre, Calgary McKnight, these are very diverse areas, right? Like, I live in Calgary Centre, and we've got some, downtown neighborhoods that are very progressive, and we've got some sort of more suburban areas that are quite conservative. And if you don't know which polls are reporting, if this is just my neighborhood, it's not really surprising that the Liberals are ahead. When we get other neighborhoods, Mount Royal and the Beltline and stuff like that, then we may see those numbers. So anyway, it's just it's looking like these races are going to be tight, and it's looking like the Liberals will be lucky if they get 3 or 4 of these ridings.
Okay, Janet Brown, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Janet Brown, Opinion Research, the Oracle of Alberta. Thank you for that, Janet. Take care.
Thank you.
Well, listen, as we keep a track of these numbers, I just want to quickly reference the bottom line now. Liberals leading, actually, before we get to Atlantic Canada, just the bottom line here. The Liberals leading at 159 seats. We have the Conservatives leading and elected at 143. And I want to compare that. The Liberals at dissolution had 152 seats. The Conservatives had 120. So if this trend line holds for Conservatives, for example, they are building on their seat count that they had when Parliament dissolved. And to that, let's keep looking into the numbers. Let's go back to the Atlantic leading and elected, because I think it's worthwhile to look at those numbers. Those are the numbers that we've had the longest, the polls that we've had the longest. The national right now is what we're looking at. Let's go take a look at Atlantic. But here we have the Liberals elected in 22, leading right now in 1. The Conservatives elected in 8, leading in 1. Eric, I'm wondering if I can get your help here, because we were keeping an eye on some very close races in Atlantic Canada. What are you seeing right now in terms of the more, I guess, the results as they firm up in the region?
Yeah, it is actually one of the cautionary tales that we have going into this evening. As we've been talking a lot about this advance vote, the Liberals in every poll that we saw did well in the advance vote, and we can see that it actually did swing one of the ridings that we were talking about earlier on. Central Nova. Sean Fraser is now leading by 1,300 votes. An advance poll came in, it bumped him back ahead, and now that is why we have the Conservatives winning 9 seats in Atlantic Canada. It had been 10. And there's another riding that we have to keep an eye on, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Anthony Germain is now just behind by 23 votes. So we've seen that these last few polls, some of them are pretty big and some of them could swing Liberal. So it is one of the cautionary tales that we have when we're talking about some of the other areas. I was talking about some of those close ridings in the GTA. Some of these are very, very close, right? So we have to wait and see what's going to happen. You can see Brampton West here, the margin is only 200 votes. So once we get more of these, we might get a clearer idea. And to go back to what Janet was talking about in Alberta, You know, if we take a look at Calgary, we've got 2 ridings right now where the Liberals are leading. But if we look at the races in Edmonton, you know, Edmonton Centre would be one of the ones that we'd be watching. It's not a very big lead for the Conservatives. Edmonton Southeast would be another one. This one's a little bit wider, so this one might be a bit tougher for the Liberals. But it does show that we have to wait until more of the vote is counted. Atlantic Canada, we got some pretty clear indication of what's going on. But we also got that clear indication that some of those last polls, once they're counted, can be pretty big, can swing the results.
Yeah, and you know, and to that, I'm going to ask you to swing into South Shore St. Margaret's riding in Nova Scotia here, because that was one that we were watching very closely, a race that we weren't too sure how that was going to essentially work out. What's it looking like right now?
Right now, Jessica Fancy Landry looks like she won it actually pretty handily. It was pretty close. It's another example of this, how this last votes, once they're counted, make a big difference. She ended up winning this riding by, they're almost done counting, and she's ahead by 11 points over Rick Perkins of the Conservatives. So we are going to have to wait for some more of these to come in. When you have an election where you see that there's a big difference between the E-Day vote, the advanced vote. We saw this in the BC election, in Saskatchewan during the pandemic. Big difference between the mail-in vote and the E-Day vote. We saw this in U.S. elections. So it reminds us how we have to wait till they're all counted.
Yeah, wait till they are all counted. This could be a late night. Lori, when you've observed elections, you've studied elections, you know, in terms of this race, given how actually closer than I think people were expecting, with Liberals at 159 and Conservatives right now at 144. What does that say about the evening that we have ahead of us in terms of just how late this is going to be?
Oh, yeah, because I mean, neither of them is, I mean, obviously the Liberals are closer, but they need 172 for that majority, and they're still quite a bit away from it. I mean, when you start thinking about how many ridings are left and things are starting to get a little bit more solidified in terms of the support for the other parties, the Bloc has certainly held its own in Quebec. Like, this has been a race of primarily, I think, about these 2 larger parties. We've talked about that for most of the night. But at the end of the day, it looks like the NDP still have 10, which, you know, could be, like, at that point, that would be a loss of party status for them. Not a great night, but still enough that their whole vote didn't collapse into the Liberal vote. They're still holding seats in British Columbia at this rate. The Bloc Québécois are holding enough in Quebec again, too, to deny that majority result potentially to the Liberals. So I think at this point, we're already at, after 11 o'clock Ontario time, a majority is not necessarily going to be the outcome here.
Yeah, and we watch that closely. Also interesting to note that the Greens, who people were saying could be wiped out in this election, right now leading in at least 2 ridings. I'm presuming that has to do with Elizabeth May's riding in the Saanich Gulf Islands, as well as Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre. So we will see how that's working out. In fact, I think, Eric, you're standing by with some information on that very point.
I can hunt down these ridings, and one of them is Saanich Gulf Islands. It is just a 10-vote lead over David Beckham, not that David Beckham of the Liberals, but Elizabeth May is leading there.
Susan's very disappointed, Eric.
Sorry, it is still Canadian politics. And the other riding is Kitchener Centre. Mike Morris, that is more votes counted, but his lead is not that big. So it's the Conservatives in second there. And the Liberals are actually taking a big chunk of the votes, a 3-way race. And just while I have you for a second, there's one riding I'm very curious about, and this is Abbotsford South Langley. Mike de Jong looking to maybe split that vote, maybe win as an independent. He was rejected as a Conservative candidate, former BC Liberal cabinet minister. It is a 3-way race, 34% for Sukhman Gill of the Conservatives, 34% for Kevin Gillies of the Liberals, 25% for Mike de Jong, independent candidate.
So, as you say, a riding of note. I'm wondering, while you're there in the Lower Mainland, Eric, can we take a quick look at Jagmeet Singh's riding? How's that working out right now?
So far, not so great, but he is, it's still very early. Only 4 polling boxes have been opened, but Wade Chang is leading Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby Central.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Eric Grenier at the Results Board. We'll have more a little bit later. You know, Susan, I'm going to bring you in because clearly in the last days of this campaign, the pollsters were noting that the race was tightening up. Now, the analysis on that seemed to have been split. There were those that saying, you know, it's getting tighter because the Conservative vote in rural areas are increasing, but that's not going to change the seat count. Are we actually looking at tightening of the polls? Are you getting worried that you may not actually get the majority?
I'm pretty happy we have a minority to start with, given where we were in January, and it was going to be a big blue wave across the country. So I think a Liberal minority in and of itself is phenomenal. It's a good direction for the country. I'm watching where the NDP numbers are, and there, in some cases, the gap between that their vote has siphoned off just enough to have the Liberal candidate be behind the Conservative candidate in some of those very close races. So that's a bit disappointing to me. But look, I think a win is a win. A majority would be great. We'll see how it all shakes out tonight. But Canadians are speaking, have spoken. We're hearing about it. I think the advance polls will make a difference in some of these ridings. Alberta in particular, look, Liberals had 2 seats going into this election in Alberta. That is a very, very tough province for Liberals to win any seats in. So I was coming into this thinking, let's win 2. If we win more than 2, anything after that is gravy, as far as I'm concerned. And the pickup in Saskatchewan was great, a pickup in Manitoba, Nikki Ashton, a longtime NDP MP. I think the Liberals have taken that seat as well. So we've made some really interesting inroads in places, but I said right at the top of the show, I was worried about 905. I remain worried about 905, but I do think the Liberals' advance polls in some of those key ridings will hopefully, I'll find some wood maybe in my head, touch wood, will make a difference.
Okay. Farrukh, right now you look at the NDP numbers leading in 9 ridings. Does that give you some hope that the party may be able to salvage official party status in the House of Commons?
Yeah, well, it's closer than the 5-6 projected by many. So yeah, there's still some hope. Party status is important. It comes with a lot of privileges, money, resources, right? Time to talk in the House, right? So yeah, it's important. But I mean, if not the status, if they would end up with the balance of power, that'd be also really, really good. If you look at the numbers right now, obviously it's not finished, but right now it would be the Bloc who would have the balance of power, which kind of makes it an awkward situation. The fact that we might not have a majority might be a good thing for the country because there's a lot of division. We know the regional divisions. We've seen with the polling the generational division, the gender division. So there's a lot of division, and we need unity. And maybe a minority parliament will force everybody to work together. So that could be a good thing. But yeah, the Bloc and the NDP had basically the same strategy at the end of the campaign. Save the furniture. Don't worry, guys. I know you're fearing Trump, and I know you're fearing Poilievre. In both cases, Carney will win. Don't worry about it. Come and vote your conscience. Come back to us. And it seems that it has worked a little bit to make sure that those numbers stay at a reasonable level.
Mm-hmm. Laurie, you were nodding your head as Farrukh was speaking there. What are you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think one of the narratives that emerged during this campaign was that of national unity and the kind of effect that these conversations about Donald Trump and tariffs and trade and a new, a new world for Canada, charting a new course, it has had the effect of pulling people together, increasing national unity, higher attachment at the national level, that sort of thing. But I think it's also created, in some senses, the opposite effect, where you have heard more possibility of national tensions. We've heard people like Preston Manning come out and say, look, if it's going to be a Carney government, we're going to have a big problem in terms of Western alienation. I think we've heard Danielle Smith, ultimately go it alone in a lot of cases, go down to talk to Donald Trump on her own. We've seen in the last few days of the campaign, Blanchette and the Bloc Québécois basically say Canada is an artificial construct. And so at the same time as, again, we're seeing this unity, we're also seeing tension. We're seeing pulling on that. In the event that we ended up with a majority Liberal government that left out parts of the country so that the divisions were very much on regional lines, I do think that could be a potentially very divisive, very difficult situation where you do get a sense of polarizations getting worse. You could get a sense where that for some people the result is not fair. And I'm not making any comment on the votes are going to be counted appropriately. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you might just get a tense situation that's made a lot worse if there's a sense that one party's in charge and that's it. And then how do we deal with that?
That's interesting because if you look at the figures, the feeling of unity is not being reflected in the current results. The Liberals are close. They're very close to the Conservatives. That's not something we expected. We didn't expect the result at all.
Credit, just because their team didn't win doesn't mean they want to bust the country or tip over the whole monopoly game and send all the pieces onto the floor. Preston Manning, I think, was irresponsible in what he did. I don't think he helped the Conservatives. And I don't think he is reflective of the national sentiment. I don't think he's reflective of the majority sentiment in Alberta and Western Canada. There are many, many, many proud Canadians who carry their passports. Same with Monsieur Blanchard and his Canada's an artificial construct. I mean, I think that helped pull votes to the Liberals. So the national unity, the purported national unity crisis manufactured by Preston Manning and potentially Danielle Smith, as you can see, kind of offends me. And I think probably, and I'll settle down, probably does to a lot of Canadians too. And just because your guy doesn't win or your woman doesn't win doesn't mean you get to rip up the page, rip up the country, rip up the results in terms of what's going on. And that's not how we build a country, and that's not how we pull together. That said, it'll be a challenge for Prime Minister Mark Carney to continue to manage that. But we all, elbows up. We've got to deal with Donald Trump, and there shouldn't be that kind of squabbling and infighting, which is absolutely petty as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, listen, we're following this very closely. But, it's as you say that, and we'll see how this all shifts out. Interesting to note, the Liberals right now are leading and elected in 156 seats, and the Conservatives are 149. 156 for the Liberals is only 4 more seats higher than what they had at dissolution. Let's take a look at leading elected now as well, because this also tells part of the story. Look at the elected column right now. Liberals elected in 92, Conservatives elected in 92. It is not the Liberal wipeout that perhaps people were expecting based on the polling numbers. Cole, very quickly, your reaction to that?
Yeah, that is a tie game. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. We have seen, just to go back to some of the comments that were made previously, we've seen the dividing lines of the election, age, gender, east-west. I agree with Susan that Preston Manning isn't reflective of the majority sentiment in Alberta. Alberta elected Rachel Notley to a majority government. I don't think there's tons of overwhelming Western separatist sentiment, but I think there is a little bit of a boil there where they're not seeing themselves and what they believe to be Western Canadian interests reflected in the Justin Trudeau government. And Mark Carney, one of his primary challenges will be to not placate, but to gesture towards Western Canada and say, look, this isn't the Justin Trudeau government, and we're going to try to do things differently. So we'll see, especially in a minority scenario where they have to work with other parties, we'll see if they can pull that off, and if we're not just back here in 18 months.
Okay, 18 months, as you say, because that is the general lifespan of a minority government. We will find out. But listen, I'm going to take a break from our conversation of the results. I want to go back to Liberal headquarters. CPAC's Remy Autier is there speaking to the former Liberal Justice Minister in the Trudeau government, David Lametti. Over to Remy.
So we're here now with ex-Justice Minister David Lametti. Mr. Lametti, you left the party at a certain point. How is the party you see today and the candidates you see being elected different, or what is being offered? Is it different than what you left?
Very much different. Look, Mark Carney is an old friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for 30 years. He is someone that I've always hoped would get involved in politics, all the way back when we were at Oxford together. And so I'm obviously pleased. It's a very different style of leadership. He brings an incredible set of skills to the table. He brings an intellect to the table that wasn't there before. And so it's a different party. It's also a different world with Mr. Trump and his existential threat to Canada. So I think it's a different time. We've got the right leader. Thankfully, he is going to be Prime Minister. We're going to see whether it's a minority or a majority government. but let's hope it's a majority.
And that's interesting because you were part of a majority and a minority government. How is it different, this experience and the way to lead the country in those different situations? How did you experience it yourself?
Well, there is a different set of negotiations that you have to undertake when you're in a minority government situation. And look, in my case, I was working with Randall Garrison, who is the critic for the NDP, and we have a very good working relationship. I think very, very highly of Randall, and we got a lot done well before the Liberals and the NDP reached an accord. We were working together. But it is, you may have to make decisions that you'd have difficulty finding a dance partner. And so a strong majority means you can go into a negotiation with a great deal more weight. So let's see what happens. It's still early. There's still a lot of tight races, a lot of two-way races. We're not used to that. We've seen Canadian politics fundamentally change tonight with effectively a two-party system. And so we are going to have to watch and see what happens.
And maybe on that note, one last question. You tried to convince voters in a certain dynamic where there were many parties. How do you think the people that were your ex-colleagues or new candidates, how do you think their experience was different from yours, trying to knock on door and trying to bring the message in this two-party reality that you mentioned?
Well, I was involved in the campaign, and the reception at the doors was very, very positive. The reception with respect to Mr. Carney was very, very positive. So that in and of itself was quite something. As we got to the end of the last government, we had baggage, and we were being criticized on a number of different points. So that changed immensely. I think there's a really good nucleus of seasoned veterans and new people. I had a hand in recruiting a number of candidates to run with us, and I'm happy that a number of them are going to be members of Parliament. So this is a good night, and I think we're going to wait and see we'll be up waiting to see what the results are from British Columbia.
And we'll be up with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lametti. So just a reminder, this is David Lametti, ex-Justice Minister with Justin Trudeau, who, as he just told us, has had a role in trying to renew the Liberal Party that was being offered to Canadians in this electoral campaign, and is now happy with the results he's seeing right now, with some questions as to what will be the final result.
Okay, Remy Oche, thank you for that. Remy Oche is obviously at Liberal headquarters, having spoken there with the former Justice Minister David Lametti. And take a look right now at the lines, the bottom line of numbers as we break it down to the leading elected for national. And check this out. Liberals elected in 98, leading in 58. The Conservatives now elected in 101, leading in 48. Some very tight numbers that we are watching here, and as we saw in the last couple of days of this election campaign, the numbers were starting to tighten up. I want to bring in Eric Grenier right now, looking at the results board. So again, I guess the preface here, Eric, is that these are early results. Until we get more poll numbers in, or more polls in, we're not going to we won't have solidified numbers. Although, let's get an update a bit on some of the races that we're following in Manitoba. We've not touched on Manitoba in a while. How are things looking there right now?
Yeah, we can take a look at where things are in Manitoba. We can start with the big red one in the top. We got Rebecca Chartrand of the Liberals leading over Nikki Ashton of the NDP. This would be a pickup for the Liberals and a key riding for the NDP as they try to get to that official party status. But if we drill down into Winnipeg, this is really where the battleground was in the province. You can see a couple of ridings have switched hands, at least right now. Winnipeg West, still a pretty close race, although it's now a 1,700 vote lead for Doug Eolfson against Marty Morantz of the Conservatives. So that would be a pickup for the Liberals. It was pretty close last time, but it looks like the Liberals right now have a pretty decent lead of about 7 points. Another pickup would be over here, Elmwood-Transcona. Right now, the Conservatives' Colin Reynolds is ahead by a very big margin. Now he's ahead by over 2,000 votes. So Leela Dance of the NDP, who had won it in a by-election last fall, looks like she is going down to defeat. And the lone New Democrat right now in Manitoba is Leah Gazan, and she is only ahead right now, less than 400 votes over Rahul Walia of the Liberals. So we are seeing some movement in the ridings. Other ones Kildonan and St. Paul look like that could be pretty close. It's not a runaway win for the Conservatives. Raquel Dancho, she's ahead by just 600 votes there. And we still got lots of polls to count, so that one's by no means is over. So we have a few swings. We can look at where things were last time. An NDP win here, a Conservative win there. Looks like that one's going Conservative, that one's going Liberal, at least for now.
Okay, at least for now. And you know, while you're there, it's probably worthwhile. Let's swing over to neighboring Ontario. How are things shaping up given the 122 seats at play in the province, Eric?
Yeah, well, there's a couple different things we can look at. One is in Northern Ontario. If we look at where things were last time, there was an NDP riding here, there was a Liberal ridings around Sudbury, but right now we're seeing that the Conservatives are leading in Charlie Angus's old riding of Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk. Gaetan Mallette has a pretty big lead over Steve Black of the Liberals, so that looks like that'll be a Conservative pickup. We look at Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt. Pierre Poilievre visited this riding in the last week. Looks like it might have paid off. Jim Belanger is ahead by a pretty big margin. That would be a pickup. Marc Sarret is the Liberal incumbent there. Now, if we go down to the Greater Toronto area, still seeing that there's a lot of red. Only one blue in Toronto. York Centre, Roman Baber has a pretty big lead now over Yara Sachs. He's projected to be elected, so that would be Conservative pickup, although in Toronto St. Paul's, doesn't look like that by-election that really had such a big impact is going to hold here. Leslie Church of the Liberals projected to win in Toronto. But we're really taking a look at this area to the north of Toronto, because you can see in the last election, there was a few more red ridings in Brampton as well. There's a sweep for the Liberals. Still seeing a Liberal sweep in Mississauga. But we've got two ridings here that the Conservatives are leading in Brampton. Amarjeet Gill is ahead by only about 300 votes over Kamal Kara in Brampton West and in Brampton South. Again, just a 300-vote lead for Sukti Buchan over Sonia Sidhu. So we got some change, at least right now, in the GTA. We'll have to see if it holds, because those are a lot of small margins.
Okay, and you know what? Can we take a quick look at Peterborough, because you actually noted the fact that that is a bellwether riding that we should be watching closely. Wondering what's happening there right now.
Yeah, we are actually seeing the Liberals are performing pretty well in Eastern Ontario. So if you look at Peterborough, Emma Harrison, very big lead, 6,000 votes, projected to be winning and defeating Michelle Ferreri. That is a bellwether. At least this time it looks like it'll choose the government. We'll just find out if it's going to be minority or majority. And Bay of Quinte is another one. The Liberals were targeting that riding. Chris Millette is leading by not a huge lead, 500 votes over the Conservatives. How about this one in Kingston and the Islands? Mark Gerritsen, 60% of the vote against Brian Patterson, who is the current mayor of Kingston. Probably shouldn't have quit his day job, I guess. And why don't we just take a look at Carleton? We got actually quite a bit of votes counted here. We got 4,000 right now for Bruce Fanjoy of the Liberals. Pierre Poilievre at 2,600 votes. That's a big margin. We'll have to see if that holds. That is pretty surprising. We only got 10 poll boxes that are counted. They look like they're pretty big ones, so we'll see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and they'll probably be counting that for some time, given the size of the ballots in that riding. Some 90 candidates there. Eric, thank you for that. Listen, from Eric, I want to bring in Catherine right now, because we've been talking about this riding since the beginning of our coverage, and you have some news to share with people at home, Catherine.
Oui, tout à fait. Alors, cette petite île orange au cœur de Montréal.
This small island of orange in a sea of red in Montreal, Alexandra Boulris, who was re-elected in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie in Montreal. Alexandra Boulris is a survivor of the 2011 Orange Wave and has won it again election after election. And this time, it's been a bit tougher for him this time. Jean-Sébastien Vallée is an unknown in the riding. It was the Liberal Party decided to appoint him as a candidate. He wasn't well known in the riding. Alexandre Boulris should have won much more easily, but he has been re-elected nevertheless. You can see the results as we have the answer to our question, Michael.
Yes, we were wondering whether or not he would actually hold the riding. I will say, Farouk, that I was speaking to some Bloc strategists earlier in this year, and even when the Bloc were doing better than they were going into this campaign, they suspected that Alexandre Boulris would hold the riding. So probably no surprise to them. A surprise to you?
No surprise. If there was only one NDP left in the country, it would be Alexandre Boulris in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Alexandre ran, he got elected during the Orange Wave, but he ran in that riding twice before, in 2008, in 2006. So he's a true NDPer believer, used to work for a union. So he's been there from the get-go. That's why he's appreciated in the riding. And in the riding, provincially, it's a progressive Québec Solidaire riding. So it's the same. The demographics are really, really good for him. And also on the municipal level, the party that's actually running the administration right now is also a progressive party that also the municipal councils are around him. So he has that coalition running for him in the Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. And no wonder he gets 12,000 votes like that.
Yeah, 12,000 votes for him. He wins the riding, although, so we're now at 10, 1 elected, 9 leading. How are you feeling right now for the NDP?
Yeah, so the number I'm obsessing about is if the Liberals can get to 162 and then the NDP can keep 10, that's a coalition of 172 that could run this country, right? So I'm looking for that. Otherwise, it's going to be a hectic parliament. The Bloc actually can choose who governs right now. So that's another scenario. So for me, 10 is pretty good considering the context. We want to make sure that the 10 gets in the bank. And if we could ask Eric to find 2 more seats in the country, so we can get to 12.
I don't know if it's up to Eric, but should he detect it on the board based on how Canadians vote, we will share it most definitely. Listen, and I'm going to jump in here in the control room because I see that there are some close race boards that are being prepared. Let's bring them up right now so to take a look at where things stand right now, especially as we're talking to Farouk about the NDP. Burnaby Central, of course, the riding of Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, right now with only 15 polls of 200, so very early on. But you can see that James Yan of the Conservatives leading by a little less than 300 votes there in Burnaby Central. Let's switch over now to another riding that we're watching closely in the Lower Mainland. Peter Julian, of course, former NDP House Leader in the last Parliament. This is in New Westminster, Burnaby, Maillardville. Right now, it is the Liberal Jake Sawatsky who is leading, although we're talking about 100 votes and then some. 25 polls of 193 reporting. Let's go to another riding here, Surrey Newton, and of course the Surrey's very influential in terms of the politics and the outcome of the Metro Vancouver. You see there Suk Dhaliwal right now leading by only about 20 votes, 31 of 169 polls reporting. From Surrey Newton, let's take a look at where else we're standing. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies, instrumental for the NDP, helped negotiate the pharmacare deal with the Liberal government. He is right now leading by about 150 votes, 19 out of 193 polls reporting there. Let's keep going in terms of close races. Keeping an eye on Richmond East Steveston, we have Parham Baines there right now leading by about 200 votes, roughly speaking, 35 polls of 216 reporting. And one last one, again, close races in Metro Vancouver that we're looking at. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, we have Ron McKinnon there leading right now by a few hundred votes over Ian Black, 55 polls of 256. So, you know, as we look at this race, and right now 157 leading elected for the Liberals, 148 for Conservatives leading unelected. But clearly, by what we're seeing right now, this story is not yet done. The polls are still very early on. Those numbers could shift, although not the walk to victory, I think, that some Liberals were hoping for, Susan.
No. It's tight, but I think a lot of us believed it was always going to be tight. And getting over that minority government line is a really, really important line to get over. That is the direction of the country. That is the person who will be the prime minister. That is the person who will be negotiating with Donald Trump. And Mark Carney, I think, is who you're going to have as your prime minister in the morning. The final seat count, we know how to do minority governments in this country. That's okay. We get things done. The Liberals collaborated with the NDP on dental care and pharmacare. At the same time, there was some frustration with minority government the last time with the filibustering from the Conservatives, and Parliament was very much stalled. I don't think Canadians will put up with that kind of nonsense going forward. They need to see things move forward, but I think a constructive Parliament is what we have to have with our country going our country in the days and years to come, given that we have to deal with Trump and pivot our trading trading relationships and reboot our economy.
Yeah, you know, I do wonder about this whole concept of coalition because, of course, there was the supply and confidence agreement between the Liberals and the New Democrats in the last Parliament. But, you know, Farouk, I wonder about the appetite for New Democrats to one, have that type of agreement again with the Liberals, considering that the Liberals campaigned on many of the joint ventures that were worked on together, and the New Democrats right now arguably have suffered as a result when it comes to this campaign. And on the other side, you know, you're not dealing with a progressive liberal per se, you're dealing with a blue liberal, a more business liberal. Is there a desire and the possibility of coalition if this does work out to essentially New Democrats being able to push liberals over the top for a majority?
I would think so because, I mean, the context will force it. I mean, there's no way we're going back to an election. So Canadians will, as Susan said, Canadians will demand that the Parliament works together. So I think there's a possibility now. There's a lot of things to be happening at the end of the night to see who got elected, who's still leading parties here, and so there's a lot of things that could happen. But I can see clearly the NDP collaborate with any parliament as they have done previously. And I think for them, after this election, after how it went, after a daily barrage of questions on Jagmeet Singh is why are you not ahead in the polls, why are you not winning? At the end of the night, if the party, if the Liberals stays minority and the NDP has some power, maybe not the whole balance of power, but some power, I think it's kind of a win for the whole election as the context, as how it started. Because the way it started is there was no NDP at the end. And right now, it seems to be that the NDP will be important.
Okay, minority governments, and I'll defer to Professor Laurier over there. A coalition is a very technical thing, and that's where there's ministers in cabinet. Canada doesn't typically do that. I don't think that's something that we'll see. But what we do see is cooperation that happens. And sometimes the Bloc may support a Liberal bill coming forward. Sometimes the NDP will.
They said they would.
Yeah, and they said they would. It's on trade and other issues, supply management, gestion d'offre. You know, those things are going to be very interesting. So that is the way minority governments typically work in Canada. I think the official opposition will oppose. That's what they will do. And it's unlikely immediately after an election, in what we're dealing with Trump, that anybody sets up a scenario to pull the pin anytime soon. You will see cooperation, but maybe not a formal agreement or a supply and cooperation agreement, which was a rare thing.
Yeah, plus with the numbers, if let's say the NDP would be at 10, obviously that would be less than the 24 that they had. So their leverage is a bit less. Obviously, we know this. And it would be negotiation. I think negotiation is a hard term, but it would be some discussion before the first budget to make sure that everything.
There might even be some people that cross the floor. You never know.
Maybe that could happen too.
Well, we'll see. But listen, I want to bring up the leading elected board right now as well, because take a look at the lines at the bottom of your screen. Of course, is an aggregate, but 110 elected for the Liberals, 115 for the Conservative. But look at the leading column. The ground game is shrinking. This is going to be determined one way or the other, but right now we basically have, about 100 seats in play right now. So I think, or less than 100 seats in play. I think this is what we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this evening, because and not surprisingly, we're getting later into the evening. But in terms of just how close this is, you right now have, for example, Conservatives now elected in 115, which is more than the Liberals have. It's the leading column that's affecting the race. So keeping a close eye on that. We talked about the supply and confidence agreement. Of course, key to negotiating that was Anne McGrath. And let's go right now to Burnaby, British Columbia, because that is where the NDP headquarters, the Watch Party, is this evening. Mick Sweetman is our reporter on the ground, and he just spoke with Anne McGrath. Let's take a listen.
We're here with Anne McGrath, NDP spokesperson. How are you today?
Well, it's been a challenging day, and we still don't know what the results are going to be. But I'm holding up.
Right. Yeah. And speaking of those results, obviously not what the NDP really hoped for. But what are you looking for as we kind of start seeing these early results coming in across the country?
Well, I'm obviously hoping that we will do better than the dire predictions that have been out there for a while. I mean, I've been hearing for ages now that we were going to be wiped out, that we were going to lose status, all of those kinds of things. I'm hoping that we will outperform those expectations. So far, things are looking more promising than I think people expected, and it's still very early. Lots of things can happen still, and I'm keeping my eye particularly on some of the advance votes that can sometimes change the dynamic later in the evening.
And a couple of those ridings are right here in Metro Vancouver. Vancouver Kingsway's one, Vancouver East, longtime NDP strongholds. As you said, it's early right now, but we are kind of seeing the numbers kind of go back and forth between the NDP and the Liberal. What does that indicate to you?
Well, it was a very polarized campaign. It was really set up around the threat from the Trump administration on tariffs and things like that, and I think that did squeeze a lot of the discussion into a two-party kind of system, which I don't think is actually the kind of system that most Canadians really value. But I think that the dynamic of the threat from the Trump administration and the ability really of the Liberals to position Mark Carney as somebody who could deal with Trump sort of squeezed out all of the other really important issues that Canadians need to talk about, like affordability, cost of living, health care, all of those kinds of things. You even saw in the debates, for instance, there wasn't even a section on health care in those debates, even though that's the primary issue for most Canadians who can't get a family doctor, who are worried about ERs shutting down. I think that the fact that health care was not a dominant issue for many leaders. Certainly, it was a dominant issue for us and a dominant issue for Canadians. I think it was a disservice to people, and I think it helped create that dynamic of just kind of a blue door, red door, only being the only choices. And I think that had a detrimental effect on people who might be more aligned with other parties. Certainly, what we saw was that previous NDP voters who decided that they wanted to vote Liberal this time were not feeling good about it. It's not like they thought that they were doing something positive in that sense. They regretted it. They didn't want to do it. They liked the party. They liked the leader. They liked the values. They liked what we had done. But they just felt really like they didn't have much of a choice.
Right. And just to pick up on that, do you think that maybe it was a mistake for the NDP to not trigger a confidence motion in an election before Donald Trump became president?
Well, I think Jagmeet Singh was very clear on some of the kind of the dilemmas involved in that. I believe that if we had triggered an election earlier, there was a potential that we could have had many more seats. But it was also very, very strong, I would say, probability that the Prime Minister, that there would be a majority Conservative government, and that would be very bad for Canadians. So there was that. I think and Jagmeet Singh said he couldn't stomach the idea of a Conservative majority, and I think that many NDPers would agree with him about that. Many Canadians would agree with him about that. There was also the fact that the dental care program that we had negotiated hadn't yet been fully rolled out, and that pharmacare deals had not yet been signed. We had reached an agreement on pharmacare, but we needed to get some of those deals started so that Canadians could start to receive free birth control, free diabetes devices and drugs, and other things. And so that kind of helps to institutionalize the pharmacare program, and certainly the expansion of dental care was really important to us as well. So I think it was the right decision not to trigger an election earlier. I think that having a Pierre Poilievre majority Conservative government, and he had pledged at that time to eliminate the pharmacare and dental care programs would have been a bad decision for Canadians.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you may have been around the NDP since at least 1993. That obviously was a historic low in terms of election results. What lessons do you have, having gone through that experience in the 90s?
Well, the lesson I have is that it's better to have more seats than less seats. And, certainly during that period of time, one of the big lessons was that a majority Liberal government without a strong enough NDP gets away with things that I think are very problematic. Because during the 90s, when we didn't have official party status, the Liberals had a big majority. That was when they eliminated the housing program, made major cuts to health and social transfers, and transformed EI, employment insurance, into a system that no longer works for workers.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Michael.
Mick, thank you for that. Anne McGrath, thank you for the time you shared with CPAC this evening. Listen, let's take one more look at the leading and elected board at this moment in time. You see there Liberals elected in 115 seats, leading in 49. Conservatives elected in 118, leading in 28. I want to go down to the bottom of the board because we also now have one Green elected, and that is, we can tell you, Elizabeth May, the Green Party leader. She does get re-elected in the riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, and there you go. The results board there. By over 2,000 votes over the Conservative Cathy Onstead on Vancouver Island. But yes, Elizabeth May will be returning to the House of Commons. And with that, let's bring in Eric Grenier. And Eric, we continue to watch these numbers evolve. As I said, when you look at the leading column, it's less than 100 seats that still need to be determined. We right now are looking at the Conservatives at 146 seats. That is an addition of basically, about 26 seats from where they were at dissolution if they actually hold. Where are Conservatives performing better than expected going into tonight?
Well, there's one place where they seem to be doing better than expected, but there's one thing we got to keep remembering. That vote keeps on getting counted. Cumberland-Colchester was going to be a Conservative hold, and now we see that Alana Hurdle has moved ahead of Stephen Ellis as those final ballots are being counted. And we're seeing actually the same thing happen in Newfoundland and Labrador. Tearing over the peninsulas, Anthony Germain has caught up. It's been a bit of a race for him to try to do that, but he's now ahead of Jonathan Rowe, who had earlier been projected to be elected. So we're seeing that in some areas we're not seeing the Conservatives do as well as they seem to be doing earlier on in the night. But in the GTA remains the place where the Conservatives are really preventing, I'd say, the Liberals from getting that majority, because we're seeing the Liberals pick up a lot of seats in Quebec. But in the GTA, still looking at the northern part of the GTA where the Liberals are losing seats. This is last result. This is where it is now. You can see as well that you have some in the western GTA. A couple other places too. If you want to look at what's going on in southwestern Ontario, it's all blue down here in Windsor and Windsor West. Harb Gill has a big lead over Richard Pollock of the Liberals, who it was not the incumbent. Brian Massey has been the incumbent in Windsor West since 2002. He is trailing in this riding, and it is going Conservative. And in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, it is a very close race here. Again, we'll have to wait till all the ballots are counted. But Cathy Borelli is currently ahead of Eric Kuzmerchik. So in southwestern Ontario, you're seeing that the Conservatives are doing quite well. Kitchener Centre, Mike Morris is behind Kelly DeRitter of the Conservatives. If you look at Kitchener-Conestoga, Doug Trelevin is ahead of Tim Lewis of the Liberals, who's the incumbent. So it is largely Ontario. And we're seeing the Conservatives outperform in the GTA, outperform in southwestern Ontario, also seeing that they're doing actually pretty well. I can show you in the Hamilton-Niagara area. They're leading in Hamilton East Stony Creek. Chad Collins was the Liberal incumbent there. Ned Couric is ahead. And in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, this was a riding that was considered to be pretty close. Conservatives seem to be doing okay there. And in Niagara South, Vance Badaway is trailing Fred Davies. So we're seeing that the Conservatives, if they're outperforming where we were expecting them to be, it's largely because of Ontario.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. I'm going to bring in Cole Hogan right now, digital strategist for the Conservatives, principal at GT. You know, Cole, Eric's pointing to Ontario as where Conservatives are doing better than expected. Are Conservatives performing at the level that you thought they would, or does that surprise you as well?
It does surprise me. I think we're outperforming where the polls had us, and looking at the regions there that Eric was going over in terms of the GTA, we're really encroaching on Liberal territory more and more so. So I think as the night goes on and we see the results continue to flow in, we're really denying the Liberals from that majority government, and it'll be curious to see what result we actually end up with at the end of the night. But it's good to see that we outperformed what we were forecasted to do in Ontario.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, I'm also wondering what the conversations have been like with your colleagues. Like, I mean, yes, you're performing better, but were you concerned about tonight? Were you concerned that the polls would be correct and that you would be wiped out, or did you have any numbers indicating that perhaps you would be doing better than expected?
Well, the vote efficiency in Ontario was a large part of the conversation with my colleagues in terms of where can we pick up seats, where can we encroach on that Liberal territory and, make some gains, because we were at 120 seats before the election here. You know, being up 20 or so would be some significant gains. Obviously not forming governments, which, you know, was the ultimate aim, of course, but making some strong gains there for Poilievre and his team is a good signal for the Conservatives that, you know, the vote coalition is growing.
I'm so sorry to jump in, but I want to bring in Elizabeth May right now. As we said, she has won the Green Party co-leader. She's now speaking in Saanich Gulf Islands. Let's take a listen to Elizabeth May.
And I just had a word. I think it's the first time that the Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister. But I just spoke with Prime Minister Mark Carney. I congratulated him on his spectacular reversal of Liberal fortunes and that he will be forming the next government. Whether it's a minority or a majority remains to be seen. I congratulated him fully, and he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich Gulf Islands. And I said, is it okay with you if I tell my whole crowd of supporters and friends outside that what you just said? And he said, of course, we look forward to working together. He said, it will be good to have seasoned, knowledgeable leadership in the House. It's still too early this evening to know about some of the other spectacular Green candidates. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre is too close to call right now, so all my thoughts are with Mike. It's terrible. I have to thank so many people because obviously the Green team across the country worked so hard. Je suis tellement triste que mon collègue et co-chef Jonathan Pedneau
I'm so sad that Jonathan Pedneau failed in Outremont.
Once we were thrown out of the leaders' debates. And we'll leave the federal court to decide whether it was just morally wrong or illegal. But I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank our whole team, but particularly the spectacular candidates, Paul Manley and Nanaimo Ladysmith, who should be the next member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre. Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valerian and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got reelected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor, and it became a very hard thing to fight. And the reason we were successful here, I'm going to thank a lot of people by name, but let me just say, Greens win, and we've always seen this, from the devotion and commitment of volunteers. In this election campaign in 2025, Saanich Gulf Islands had 250 volunteers working pretty much nonstop. So I just want to cheer. Woo-hoo! For tous les bénévoles, ici à
For all the volunteers here in Saanich Gulf Islands, 258 people worked as volunteers during this election. That's incredible.
My campaign manager, Tim Maloney. My guru of all things to do with comms, Jojo Beatty. Amazing help from Stuart McKinnon every single day. Aisha Emerson, my assistant as well, yay. And then the brain trust of the operation. The volunteer group that has been working time after time again, Marilyn Redivo, Linda Brown, Randy Earnhardt, Sue Ross, Robin Ross, Jennifer Kennedy, Sheila Levy. There'll be so many volunteers. If I forget someone, I'll be Dan Kells, Tom Neiman, and the Salt Spring Island crew, Tommy Mitchell and Bob Mackay, and all the folks on Pender, and Krista Grace Warwick. There's so many people to thank, so I better stop. And also my canvassing and helping with canvassing, Peter Salmon. Thank you. I see you there. When are you? So when it comes to Saanich Gulf Islands, it's a community achievement. It's not me alone ever. There are people here in the room that a lot of you don't know who are my nonpartisan Parliament Hill and local staff that makes miracles happen for individual constituents who have problems with CRA or the Immigration Department. I won't go calling you out all by name, but I'm forever in your debt. I'm forever in your debt. And so grateful that we do the work that means that people know that their MP office is there as an office that provides nonpartisan, compassionate, and conscientious service, just like it says on the door, for everyone who walks in that door. That's our job. So a big shout out to our national campaign director. Merci mille fois, Robin Marty, pour tout le travail.
Thank you for all the work you've done, the incredible work that you've done.
All the way out to Stellarton, Nova Scotia. Love you, Marlene, and thanks for all your work. It's been an amazing crew. Laurie McMillan up in Nanaimo. And of course, again, I just can't say enough of what Paul Manley did to pull this all together and to be there all the time for all of us. It's, that part's really bittersweet. But it looks like we'll go back into the House of Commons with a minority where we can make a difference, with me as leader of the Green Party, with a Prime Minister I've known for a few decades, and we've started off nicely tonight. What can I say? We'll see how it goes from here. Fingers crossed for the rest of the evening for everybody else. I just want to thank the people who mean the most to me in this world. My husband, John Kidder. You want to get up here, honey? And you know, he made such a sacrifice staying here and campaigning for me in Saanich Gulf Islands that he missed his shot in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
It was almost a sure thing.
It was, I know. And then I've got to thank my daughter Kate, my new granddaughter Lily, who keeps me going because I just need to see a picture on a text. My daughter sends me lots of pictures of Lily every single minute, and everybody gets to see them all the time. I thank the Lord above that I'm alive and healthy and a young 70 and able to do a lot more work because I owe it to Lily to make sure that we deal with fascists like Trump, that we stop the fossil fuel industry from stealing our future, that we stand up for human rights, and that we protect the planet from the forces that would like to make money while they can, and to hell with the rest of us. We can fight back. As Bill Henderson said in his song, we can stand up for our sovereignty, we can stand up for what's right, and Greens always will. So from the bottom of my heart, for those pundits who said, well, the Green Party, we are here. Sorry, National Post, we're not going away.
And there you have it, the Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May speaking in her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, which she has secured tonight, re-elected again to the House of Commons, right now the only Green MP elected. Let's bring in Eric Grenier right now. Give us an update on the Greens. The expectation was not high, although in a very tight race, Elizabeth May has won and secured the seat.
Yeah, we saw that she has been able to win again in Saanich Gulf Islands, which she's held now since 2011. But it all comes down to a number of other ridings for the Greens, and The top one on the list would be Kitchener Centre, but we see that Mike Morris is still trailing Kelly DeRitter of the Conservatives by roughly 500 votes. We still have lots of polls to count, and there's still lots to go here, so this isn't over for the Greens. A couple other places that the Greens had, I don't know if they had hopes, but they at least had some aspirations. One of them might have been Outremont. There's a bit of a problem here. This board only has 4 names on it. Jonathan Pedneau was 5th in the riding. He had roughly around 11% the last time I checked, so that was a disappointing result for the co-Green leader. And finally, if we go to Vancouver Island, Elizabeth May mentioned Paul Manley several times. Nanaimo Ladysmith, the riding that he won in a by-election in 2019, and then again in that general election, he's in 3rd place, only 18% of the vote. The NDP, actually the incumbent, is in 4th place, Lisa Marie Barron. So rough night for the Greens. Their hopes really only were on Sandwich Gulf Islands, which Elizabeth May is projected to win. We'll see what happens in Kitchener Centre.
Yeah, watching what happens in Kitchener Centre. They had 2 MPs at dissolution. Let's see if they return 2 MPs to the House of Commons. Eric, thank you for that. Listen, let's take a look one more time at the national leading unelected board here. Liberals right now elected in 129 ridings, leading in 32. Conservatives at 128 ridings, leading in 22. The Bloc elected in 21, leading in 2. The NDP elected in 3, leading in 5. And of course, the one elected Green is Elizabeth May. Watching all that very closely, but as you can see, in the leading column, it is tight, and the room for growing Liberal majority rather is getting smaller and smaller. And with that, let's take a look at the GTA. Of course, very important to any party's calculus, hoping to secure government. In this case, a majority government. These are some tight races that are evolving in the Greater Toronto area, beginning in Eglinton Lawrence. The Liberal is still in the lead there, not by much though. You're talking about roughly 40 votes over Vince Gasparo over Karen Stintz, Karen Stintz being well known in Toronto as a local politician. From Eglinton Lawrence, let's switch over now to Milton East, Halton Hill South. Now, this is not in the proper 416 City of Toronto, but this is in the Greater Toronto area. You have there Parm Gill right now leading Liberal Christina Tesser-Dirksen. Again, the spread there by about less than 100 votes. So with about half of the polls are reporting right now. Let's switch over staying in the GTA right now. Another close race, Mississauga East, Cooksville. You have there Peter Fonseca leading right now over Nita Kang of the Conservatives, 170 polls reporting of 222. Switching over now to Brampton South, you have there Sukhdeep Kang leading over Sonia Sidhu. Again, the spread very tight there, 130 polls. Switching over right now to another close race in the GTA. This is Brampton Chinguzi Park. You have there Liberal Shafaq Ali over Tim Iqbal. A very tight margin, a couple of hundred votes there with 153 polls. Getting close to getting all those 200 polls reporting there. Brampton North Caledon, Ruby Sahota, there you have it right now leading over Amandeep Judge by about 100 votes, roughly speaking, 98 polls of 175. Let's keep looking at some of the tight races in the GTA, which indicates the fact that we're going to be here for quite some time as we're trying to secure the final elected in these. But the Liberal Amandeep Sodhi over Taran Shahal in Brampton Centre. And one last riding where it's also close, Brampton East. Maninder Sidhu leading over Bob Dosanjh Singh, roughly by about under 1,000 votes, I'll say. But there you go. So some tight races in the Greater Toronto area. So we are going to keep tracking this. You have now Liberals at leading 162, leading and elected 162 ridings, Conservatives at 149, leading and elected. Listen, we're now just past the midnight mark Eastern time, and I've been very happy to have the three of you join us, Susan and Cole, and I want to talk about how are you feeling, before we switch over again, just how you're feeling about tonight and what we're watching unfold. Farouk, I'll begin with you.
Surprised by how tight it ends up being, because, I mean, what was projected was something more that the Liberals would have like 3-4 points ahead. The popular vote is really tight. The Conservatives are above 40%. So if you now, we're going to analyze the numbers tomorrow when we have them all, but at first sight, Mr. Poilievre kind of delivered what he wanted to deliver. but it was just a bit more to get where he wants. And internally, we know there was a lot of fighting internally, premiers and campaign directors and this and that. So I'm not sure how it's going to end up after today, because Poilievre kind of delivered, not the win, but he delivered a lot. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, interesting to see how it goes. And as you say that, the control room put up where the popular vote is. Look how close this is. Liberals 42.6%, Conservatives 41.9%. So a very, very close spread. And in terms of popular vote, you see both parties building on what was there before. Cole, how are you feeling about this evening?
Looking at that result, I think that's the highest share of the votes that Conservatives have gotten since the Mulroney years in the 80s. So in regular circumstances where the NDP is doing a lot better, like this would be a majority win for us. So Pierre Poilievre has delivered in terms of gaining more seats. We'll see how the math plays out afterwards. But just looking at the series of events that led to this election, you know, we had Justin Trudeau's resignation, we had Trump and tariffs, we had the election of Mark Carney as Liberal leader. We were up 25 points in the polls. Then things flipped around and the Liberals were up by 12 points. Then throughout the duration of the election, things narrowed, and so much so that now we're in a very, very close race as things, you know, come to the end here. So in the series of events and just the ever-shifting landscape politically that we watched this election take place in, it's not that surprising that we had just as interesting of a result as we had, you know, the duration of the election in terms of the results.
Mm-hmm. You know, while I have you, Cole, I do also want to, because Jenny Byrne, who has run the Conservative campaign, has been heavily criticized for the way she's run the campaign. In fact, some of the knives were already out for critical that the Conservatives are not on the way to government. Do you think this result helps vindicate her, or is she still under criticism from the party?
Well, this is still a loss. I mean, this is gains from where we were at before the election. So I think that there will be some conversations afterwards, but this is, you know, further than Andrew Scheer got us, further than Aaron O'Toole got us. And, you know, I saw the interview that Doug Ford did, and he was ribbing Tim Houston about having a leadership style video published online, and he was joking with Tim Houston saying, geez, you're not even waiting until the body's cold. And, you know, like, that's funny from Doug Ford because he was very active during this election. You know, sort of doing the exact same thing. So we'll see how this plays out afterwards, but this is significant gains in terms of where we were at from before the election. So that'll be a conversation that happens afterwards. There's going to be some new members of caucus there. We'll have to see how they feel and how, you know, leadership review shakes out afterwards. But this bodes well, I think, for the Conservative leader.
Okay. Susan, how are you feeling about tonight? Again, a Liberal government, but right now, not yet a Liberal majority.
I'm delighted that it's a Liberal government, and I think that's the most important thing tonight, that tomorrow morning Canadians wake up and it's Prime Minister Mark Carney who's going to be taking those calls from Donald Trump or making those calls to Macron and Starmer and our other trading partners in the EU. It's been a hard-fought. Liberals have been through the ringer. Actually, the Conservatives have been through the ringer, different kinds of ringers. They were up, they were going to win, they did not win. We were down, we were out, and we did win. So I think there are a lot of hardworking Liberal volunteers and a lot of Liberal voters and Canadians who will be breathing somewhat a sigh of relief tonight, that we know whose hands are going to be on the steering wheel for the country. It would have been great to pull off a majority, but I think a minority is just fine. Thank you very much. And I do think there'll be a bit of a change in that. In the popular vote, there was a huge turnout in advance polls of Liberal voters. So I actually see that I see there being a greater spread there because of the things that haven't been counted yet. And I, like everybody else, will continue to watch the Carleton riding. That's the one. Pierre's still not ahead yet, but that's going to be interesting.
Okay, well, and again, right now, the Canadian press has declared a Liberal government. We here at CPAC are waiting to see how Canadian press declares whether it's majority, minority. Certainly the possibility of it, when you look at the leading board, is getting tighter and tighter. But let's take a look, as a parting gift to you, Susan, let's take a look at the riding of Carleton right now and where things stand. 60 of 266 polls reporting, and Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, still leading by a couple of thousand votes over Pierre Poilievre. This is going to be a late count, though, because the ballot had some 90 names on it, part of a protest. So this one's going to be late into the evening. But right now, the Liberal is leading the Conservative leader in a riding that he's held for some 20 years. Let's switch over now to take a look at where Jagmeet Singh, the federal NDP leader, at this moment in time is standing. As Farouk was pointing out, a tough race for Mr. Singh right now, in third place behind both the Liberal and the Conservative. We'll be watching that very closely. But listen, as I said, we're just past midnight. I want to check in with our CPAC team that have spanned across the country right now at the different Liberal headquarters, beginning with CPAC's Andrew Thompson. He's at Lansdowne Park, just down the road here in Ottawa, where the Liberals are having their watch party this evening. Hello, Andrew.
Hi there, Michael. So to set the scene, what's happening, we have 200 to 300 Liberals behind me, carefully watching the results, many holding Canada Strong signs or Carney for Canada signs that were handed out. Now, there was a lot of celebration about 2 hours ago when we last talked, when the projection of Liberals winning the most seats came up. Things got a little more subdued as the gap between Liberals and Conservatives closed. Now, the Liberals who are here carefully watching the results to see where things stand in terms of those polls that are still yet to be counted, and whether, as you say, this will be a minority government or a majority Liberal government. But talking to Liberals out here on the floor behind me, I can tell you there was certainly a sense of relief when that call was made, because for many of them, this would have seemed more like a funeral a few months ago. The thought of a Liberal election party night with the party potentially getting decimated. And we had some telling me that, look, the best case scenario just a few months ago during the Liberal leadership race was holding the Conservative Party to a minority government. So the fact that the Liberals are in a position to continue governing has caused a lot of relief and sighs of happiness among the people standing behind me. I do want to say that there were some cheers for a few of the riding results. You showed the leaders, the situation in Carleton. Obviously, that result with Bruce Fanjoy leading in Carleton got a big cheer from the crowd here, as did the results from neighboring Nepean, where Mark Carney was ahead and elected. And as well, what got a big cheer was the result in Toronto St. Paul's, where the Liberals are poised to win that riding again. Of course, the Liberals lost that in a by-election last year to the Conservative, setting in motion a storm within the Liberal Party. So we are continuing to monitor the Liberals here at TD Place Arena as they monitor the results. Now, let's get an update on what's happening at the Conservative Party election night headquarters. Here's Julie Van Duzen.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Well, people are absorbing the unhappy results that have happened here tonight, but are they shocked? I don't think so. When I go around and talk to people, generally they're saying, look, the polls indicated that this was not going to be good for us for a long time, so it would have been maybe more of a surprise had we pulled this rabbit out of a hat. So some of them are actually pointing to Mr. Poilievre's more subdued tone last night at his rally. I mean, he was very thankful for the support he'd received over the years, but one thing he did say stuck out with a lot of people. He said, no matter what happens tomorrow, i.e. today, on election day, I will be here to fight for you. It was almost like he was acknowledging that, look, this may not turn out the way we hope it turns out. So now, will he be here? Will he stick around? Good question. And when you ask people about that, considering the Conservatives with losers that don't, win the majorities or the governments that they were hoping for, they don't treat them very well, whether it's Erin O'Toole or Andrew Scheer. But when you ask people about Pierre Poilievre here in this room, they're saying, listen, I mean, he upped the seat count. There was 122 seats for the Conservatives at dissolution, and he's certainly gained a lot more than that. The Liberals don't have a majority. They don't seem to be heading that way. It's a minority. So Mr. Poilievre, yes, he's been a politician for a long time, since 2004, but this was really his first campaign. And so people are giving him kudos for the campaign he ran. A lot of people saying, not sure what else he could have done, pointing to his big rallies, his enthusiasm, his energy. And so right now they're sticking around waiting for him, and it's well past midnight. Well, it's past midnight. And as you've reported just a few minutes ago, we don't even know if he's going to win his riding of Carleton. We're expecting to see him, but we don't know exactly when. We don't know if he's waiting for the results or what. But these people are hanging in. I'm not sure how long they'll hang in for, but there are still people in the room waiting to greet Pierre Poilievre. Now to Omara with the Bloc Québécois.
Merci beaucoup, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Eh bien, vous entendez, hein, juste derrière moi, des applaudissements.
Just behind me, you've heard some applause. Jean-Denis Garon has just been re-elected in Mirabel.
De parler donc aux partisans qui sont réunis aujourd'hui.
So we expect that Yves-François Blanchet, the bloc leader, arrive in the next 50 minutes to talk to the crowd here at the National Theatre in downtown Montreal. Of course, the bloc has one fewer seats than the 33 that they held at dissolution, but well, today I talked to people, to activists, and one of them said, well, today it's a question of saving something, salvaging something, and holding the balance of power. That's an issue for the bloc this evening, how to keep the balance of power. If it's a Liberal minority government, the bloc will play kingmaker. This is what Suzanne Proulx, the president of the bloc, told us. You can hear behind me that there's lots of applause. This has happened throughout the night, and now they're waiting for their leader to address them. Yves-François Blanchet, who during the campaign hammered home the same message, and the message was, well, look, if you want a strong voice for Quebec and Ottawa, you have to elect bloc MPs. If you want a strong voice to stand up to Donald Trump, you have to elect the bloc to defend files like aluminium, the aerospace industry, or supply management. Vote bloc. Clearly, in part, this message did hit home because they won more than 20 seats tonight.
Yeah, here in Burnaby, we are at the NDP Watch Party, and it's a pretty small affair. The party stalwarts are here. There's maybe a few dozen of them. They've got some music happening, but it's not a festival. So I think what's happening here is, you know, not unexpected, but it is a rather subdued room here in Burnaby. As mentioned earlier, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is still trailing that line, so we may not hear from him until like later in the night. Currently, if the NDP are able to maintain their current lead in different ridings, it will still be the worst result in party history. So I think that is, contributing to the atmosphere we have here in the room today. But there are some scattered cheers for NDP candidates when the numbers come on the board, that they are leading in the ridings. It's just few and far between. So we'll stay here, and we'll bring you Jagmeet Singh when he does speak. Back to you, Michael.
Okay, thank you for that, and we appreciate it. We'll come back to you, as you say, when Mr. Singh speaks. Well, we continue to follow the vote for you here on CPAC, and as you can see right now, Liberals leading and elected in 160 seats, Conservatives at 151. But let's break that down. Some interesting numbers to look at here, because at this point, the Liberals are elected in 135 seats. They lead in 25. That would give them 160. Conservatives elected in 130, leading in 21. Gives them right now a total of 151. And if the Liberals have any hope of forming a government, they essentially have to flip 12 of those 21 leading seats where Conservatives are not yet elected. So the calculus gets more and more difficult for the Liberal Party. Yes, they right now are going to be the government, but in terms of securing that majority that Mark Carney was hoping to do, well, that one is still pretty much up in the air. And with that, I want to come back to our panel here at actually not their panel right now. Actually, excuse me, I'm going to bring in Eric, because there we go. I need to take a break, Eric. Take it away.
All right, sure thing. Well, here we're looking at the map, and we're trying to figure out where the Conservatives have been doing better, and it really does come down to Ontario. You look at the polls in Atlantic Canada, you look at the popular vote in Quebec, you look at it in parts of Western Canada, more or less aligns with what the polls were suggesting. It really is coming down to the Conservatives' overperformance in Ontario that is really boosting them now to that 151 seat mark in the counter and keeping the Liberals below that 172. And we can take a look at a couple of the races right now where the Conservatives are leading that the Liberals were perhaps hoping to win. Brampton South, but look at the margin. It's not very big. You look at the margin here in Brampton West. Again, not a huge amount of votes separating the Conservatives and the Liberals. You look at Brampton North Caledon. Again, only a couple of votes separating the two parties. You can look here in Richmond Hill South. This one looks like a more solid win for the Conservatives. Vincent Ho looks like he's on his way to the House of Commons. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Again, here's a bigger win for the Conservatives. North of Toronto, we do see that the Conservatives do seem to be overperforming some expectations there. It's not a huge gap, but the Conservatives, Sandra Kubina ahead in Newmarket, Aurora. But we're looking at some of these closer ridings. Milton East, Halton Hills South. Parm Gill has a lead of just 200 or 300 votes here. So we've already seen tonight that some of these ridings that were very close leads for the Conservatives ended up swinging over to the Liberals once that advance poll comes in. So that is still something we have to watch and is, I'm certain, one of the reasons why Canadian press is not saying it's going to be majority or minority. We still have some votes to count.
Yeah, and for clarity for people at home, we here at CPAC rely on Canadian press and their decision desk. Quite frankly, we are going to be very cautious about this because, as you say, Eric, we don't know if those advance votes will actually flip a number of seats. But at this moment in time, based on what we have, 160 seats for the Liberals, 151 for Conservatives, and of that, about 22 for Conservatives leading. Again, the Liberals need to flip 12 of those if they have any hope of securing that majority. So I want to bring our panel back into the discussion. Of course, my colleague Catherine LaFrance is here. Laurie Turnbull continues to stay with us from Dalhousie University. Right beside Catherine. Oops, sorry, I'm confusing the camera crew. So let's go right now to Jean-Luc Tellier, a political scientist with the University of Ottawa, and going back to Chris Hall, right beside Catherine there. So, you know, let's talk about the numbers here and the results as they stand right now. Again, a Liberal government. We don't know if it's going to be a minority or a majority. But the Conservatives, Chris, arguably doing a lot better than many people expected going into tonight.
Well, we knew that there was at the end, a 44%, 40% Liberal Conservative spread in the aggregate of all the polls. We've always assumed that the Conservatives underperform in that because their vote isn't very efficient. They win a small number of ridings by huge amounts in places like Alberta and Saskatchewan. So clearly they have outperformed what was expected in places like southwestern Ontario, in places like Newfoundland. So you get a sense that maybe people were not either telling the pollsters exactly what they wanted to hear or what they expected to hear, but more, I think, to the point is that at some point during this campaign, Trump became less of an issue than the issues that people really had domestically about their cost of living, about the things that they worried about for their children, about housing affordability. All of those issues may have come back to the front as we saw near the end of the campaign. Poilievre was really hitting on those themes again in a way that he had started the campaign but had somehow lost in the course of it. So I look at this. Country is divided. I think that's pretty clear between Conservatives and Liberals. We're into maybe a two-party system here. We have obviously the Bloc Québécois, which is still a force in Quebec. The NDP is going to be a long road back. And a minority government, I heard Susan Smith saying, well, you know, we'll take the win. Sure you will, but it's a lot harder to govern in a minority situation. You are a weaker opponent of Donald Trump's, and more importantly, you know, do you have to depend on the Bloc Québécois, for example, for support? The kind of negotiations that Mark Carney will have to do to get some of his things through will be long, and he does not have time.
Well,
Russia will ask for a lot. That's
yeah,
for sure.
I bet they will.
Well, but also, like we were talking about, and we'll go into it a bit deeper once we know what we're actually dealing with, but on a theoretical scale, if this ends up in a minority situation, for example, the issue of pipelines, which Mark Carney has been talking about, both conventional and new forms of energy. Well, that's going to, if his dancing partners are the Greens, the NDP, and the Bloc, he will have a harder time governing with a minority. Laurie, talk to us about your analysis of what's happening so far tonight.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is almost a tie. And I think in a lot of ridings, it's amazing how close the first place and second place candidates are. And so I think that's one of the reasons we're still, not quite sure exactly how this is going to split, because in our system, what matters is who comes first in the riding, even if the second place person is only 10 votes behind them. And so hard to call in a lot of spaces. I take the point too that a win is a win, and heck, a minority Liberal government is leaps and bounds better than what they thought they would do 6 months ago. But the question is going to be around what relationships here are viable. And, are we going to have a situation where the Liberals are propped up by the Bloc? And yes, I believe you, he will ask for a lot. And given the stakes, given Canada's sovereignty is one of the issues that was driving this ballot. This is, I don't even know what the right word is. Awkward is a word, but I don't know. I don't know how this works if we end up on the other side of this thing. And because the Liberals and the NDP, they had the confidence and supply agreement, but the relationship between them was so workable that they didn't need it. Like, they had lots of things to agree on, and the Liberals almost made it to the majority, but not quite. And the NDP had plenty to get them over the other side. But this is a whole different situation. This is not a return of the last Parliament. It's totally different.
A whole different situation, as you say. And as you say that, Laurie, I want to show our viewers the scene right now. This is Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois leader, arriving where the Bloc are gathered for this evening. We're expecting him to address the party faithful in about 15 minutes' time. We're going to have that for you here on CPAC, of course. But, I also want both Catherine and Geneviève to talk about the situation in Quebec, because, the Bloc right now are leading and elected in 23 seats. Now, when you look at from dissolution of Parliament, that means they've lost 10 seats. However, not the bottom range that people were expecting, and certainly not what the Liberals were hoping for in terms of securing a majority before having to go further west.
Est-ce que le verre est à moitié vide ou le verre est à moitié plein?
Is the glass half full or half empty? That's the question. It's not as difficult as we thought it would be for the Bloc at the start of the campaign, especially when people were saying that the Bloc would lose a lot of seats, but this is a party with reduced power. Geneviève, I'm sure you agree, they're going to ask a lot from Mr. Carney. They're going to have to negotiate too, but the fact is really that they're not the strong party that they were in the past. I wonder to what extent people might have voted more in greater numbers for the Bloc if they'd known what was going to happen tonight, to give the Bloc more negotiating power. Now, tonight's message is very unclear. Were Canadians fed up of a minority parliament that hadn't worked for months? No, they're not, obviously, because they've elected the same once again. There are stories that are fascinating. Gaspé was won by the Bloc, but the fisheries, which are under threat by Trump's tariffs, they decided not to vote Liberal, but they voted Liberal in other areas for regions that are not threatened by Mr. Trump. The auto industry has voted Conservative. The Liberals have made gains around Montreal. Montreal is very red now. So what's the message that comes out of tonight from Canadians? What's their message? I really couldn't tell you.
I think that is going to be part of the post-mortem that we're going to have to do in terms of the messaging that Canadians are sending based on the votes as we calculate them in. But listen, we are at this point waiting for both Yves-François Blanchet. We're also getting word that the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, is making his way to the NDP Watch Party. So we're going to have that for you as soon as it happens. But let's take a quick look right now at Alberta, because, of course, very important province in terms of this election for the Conservatives and also for the Liberals, who are hoping to make gains. But as it stands right now, the Conservative Party have now 31 elected members, 31 wins rather, in ridings in Alberta. They're leading in 3. The Liberals have elected 1, leading in 1. Let's break this up a little bit into some of the riding boards and seeing how that breaks down. Beginning in Edmonton Centre. Now, this is where the Liberals have actually gained a seat in Edmonton Centre. That has been declared. But as for the other races that we're watching for this evening, let's continue on here. Calgary Centre, right now, the Conservative is leading in there by about under 1,000 votes, but still leading in Calgary Centre. Let's switch over to Calgary Confederation. We have there a tight race. Corey Hogan of the Liberals right now leading that, but a tight race, as we say. One more here to show with you, and let's Dalwinder Gill for the Conservatives right now, leading over George Chahal, who had switched ridings, but of course is a Liberal incumbent to this race. Let's go to Janet Brown right now in Calgary, as she, of course, is. Oh, sorry, one more board I'm going to share before Janet. Calgary Skyview, where the Conservatives are right now leading. But let's definitely go to Janet Brown, as she is a pollster in Alberta, tracking the situation. How would you describe what is unfolding right now in the province, Janet?
Well, we see this pattern a lot in Alberta, that Conservatives get underestimated in polls. And I think we're just finding that this is another night where that has happened. Now, suburban Ontario joins Alberta in this trend, because it seems like the same thing is happening there. But, you know, the idea that the Liberals could win as few as 2 seats, I mean, that was in the realm of the possible. But even the 2 seats that these Liberals seem to be leading in, it's very, very slim. And it's hard to know what to make of all these numbers right now, particularly with so many ridings, so many polls left to report. And I don't have a handle yet how many advance votes have been calculated. So just going by what we have right now, you know, it looks like, once again, the Conservatives have outperformed the polls, and it's almost shut the Liberals out of Alberta.
Okay, so outperforming the polls, although, and I think it's worthwhile to explore this a little bit. You're still waiting for the advanced polling numbers to come through, because that could, at the end of the day, affect some of the tighter races that we're looking at right now?
Well, and again, it's hard to know what polls are being counted and not counted, but it's not uncommon for the advance polls to be counted last. So I'm kind of working on that assumption. And people have been saying that the Liberals will do well in the advance polls. But, you know, on these day of votes, the Liberals haven't done as well as we've expected. So, yeah, it's just going to be a late night, and you know, we have to count all of these votes. And I am kind of worried, though. Like right now, it looks like it's probably going to be a Liberal minority, but I know Canadian Press doesn't want to call it yet. A lot of people are going to bed now. A lot of people in Eastern Canada are going to bed. And if we wake up in the morning and maybe 10 seats have flipped towards the Liberals, you know, it's not going to sort of help with people's trust of the electoral system. So this just seems like just a very, you know, unbalanced situation for the country right now. And, you know, I said off the top that, you know, Alberta was going to be a place that played a big role in whether this was going to be a minority or a majority government. And I don't know how the night's going to play out, but that prediction seems to be coming true.
Okay, Janet, I appreciate this as always. Janet Brown of Janet Brown Opinion Research, the Oracle of Alberta, joining us once again here on the program. Janet, perhaps we'll speak again. Thank you for this.
I feel like you're going to jinx me if you keep calling me back.
Okay, I'll stop, but I'll say it underneath my breath. Oracle.
Okay.
Janet, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so listen, I just want to note the fact that we're getting indication that we're going to hear from the federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh in about a minute's time, and with that, I think it's probably worthwhile to bring up the Burnaby Central riding board right now, because as we have been noting, Jagmeet Singh has been struggling this evening, and look at the spread of the points right now. He's only got about 4,000 votes up against Wei Chang of the Liberals, who leads by about 5,000 votes. The Conservative leading him by about 4,000 votes as well. So not an easy night for Jagmeet Singh. But we're going to have to hear what he says as he speaks. You know, 90 of 200 polls are reporting right now. You know, Eric, I'm going to bring you into this discussion as we wait for Jagmeet Singh to get to the podium. But, you know, there have been some notable NDP wins. Let's begin first and foremost with Edmonton Strathcona, because I think that's a clear case where a strong MP has helped the NDP to retain a seat.
Yeah, Edmonton Strathcona seems like one of those ridings that no matter what it would be, it would remain a New Democrat. We do have that Heather McPherson is leading Mills Barrie by 3,000 votes, projected to win that riding, but with only 44% of the vote. If we look at actually how the NDP did last time, they had 58% on the transposed boundaries, and you can see that they're down 14 points in a riding that is pretty safe for them. And, you know, if you look elsewhere in Edmonton, Griesbach was one of the ones they were hoping to hold. Blake Desjardins seems to have lost it to Kerry Diot of the Conservatives. So it's been a disappointing night for the NDP. There's the big orange one at the top, Nunavut. Not a lot of votes counted, but Laurie Idloot is leading there. That is one of the ones that the NDP is ahead in. But there's only one in Quebec. It's Alexandre Boulris, who's still surviving in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, has about a 5,000 vote lead there. But apart from that, they don't have a single seat they're leading in Ontario. If you look at where they are in Manitoba, the only one they're leading in is in Winnipeg Centre. It's not a huge lead, but Leah Gazan is leading there. It's really just British Columbia that is still more or less sticking a little bit with the New Democrats. We see that Taylor Bachrach is leading in Skeena-Buckley Valley, but only by 800 votes. And that is a big riding, very different kind of communities, so it'll matter where that vote's coming in. And if we look at Vancouver Island, another one where the NDP is leading is in Courtney Alberni. It's 1,000 votes, Gord Johns over Chris McNichol. We'll see how that goes as more of the count continues. And then in Vancouver East, Jenny Kwan has a 1,500 vote lead over Mark Wiens of the Liberals. And in Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies, geez, he's only up by 40 or so votes over Amy Gill, so that one's not over. And then Burnaby Central, yeah, did not go well for Jagmeet Singh. It's only at 19% of the vote.
Yeah, you know, one more I'm going to ask you to check there for, let's head over to New Westminster, because Peter Julian, of course, former NDP House Leader, how's that race shaping up for him?
Third place, Peter Julian behind the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals were considered to have a good shot at winning this. Would not have thought that the Conservatives would have a very good shot. But Peter Julian, who has been an MP for a long time, was seen to be one of those. He had run for a brief time in the 2017 leadership race. But yeah, he is in third place. It's not over yet. He's only behind by about 1,000 votes, but he's got to pass two candidates there to win. So it's been a rough night for the New Democrats. Right now they got 8. You need 12 for official party status. I'm not sure they're going to hold 8. We're going to have to wait and see once more of the votes are counted.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as we say, leading and elected is the number being aggregated on the board there. You know, Laurie, I'm going to bring you in on this because, you know, it's interesting when Eric's talking about the situation in British Columbia, in particular in New Westminster, where you have a Liberal who people thought would stand a good chance of winning. You have Peter Julian, who's a strong MP, was a NDP House Leader in the last Parliament. Is there a post-mortem to be done in British Columbia where the progressive vote actually splits and allows the conservative vote to go up the middle?
Yes. And I think, I mean, we'll see what happens when we start drilling down on a riding by riding basis. I think in a lot of cases, the expectation was actually a split where the NDP and the Conservatives were, they were the ones kind of duking it out. And it's possible in some of those ridings, the Liberals and the NDP split the progressive vote. So, I mean, BC is always a toss-up, not just because it's the latest one, but it's because it's the latest time, time zone, but also just it's so difficult to predict. And yeah, this was going to be a huge ground for the NDP, and now, not the night they wanted.
Not the night they wanted. Listen, as you see, Jagmeet Singh has now taken to the podium in Burnaby, British Columbia. Let's take a listen to the federal NDP leader.
We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Got to keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. Yeah. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, We want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear and optimism over despair and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that is Jagmeet Singh, the federal NDP leader, the resonant words towards the end. The fact that he is disappointed in the results this evening for his party, but not disappointed in the party itself, saying he remains hopeful for the future of the NDP. But also, as important, the fact that Mr. Singh has resigned this evening as leader of the federal NDP party, saying that he will step aside once an interim leader can be chosen to lead the party. So still developments to be followed over the next few days, but a very emotional speech there from Jagmeet Singh as he not only gave his consolation, but also announced his resignation from party leadership. And of course, we'll continue to follow that. But as Mr. Singh was speaking, Catherine, we were also tracking another speech that was happening this evening, another party leader speaking tonight.
Oui, absolument. Alors, Yves-François Blanchet.
Yeah, Yves-François Blanchet at Bloc headquarters in Montreal. Unless there's a huge change, the Bloc has won 23 seats, which is much more than what they thought they would win based on the polls at the start of the campaign. But they did have 33 at dissolution, so it's a big drop for them. So let's go to the speech by Yves-François Blanchet that he made a couple of minutes ago. Friends, good evening. What a strange night. Stranger than we would have thought it might have been. Could we perhaps turn off the TV, please? Okay, that's fine. I can hear myself. There's an echo. So, first of all, well, it's a two-speed evening, isn't it? And I'll start with the human speed, shall we? First of all, the Bloc Québécois led a heartfelt campaign, a campaign based on passion, also a campaign that was what was needed for Quebecers, what Quebecers wanted us to do in this campaign. Friends, colleagues, candidates, people that I love dearly, who stepped up to the plate. And some of them didn't win tonight. Names that come to mind are the ones that you've seen on the screens tonight. These are the ones that you've seen ticking across the screen this night. I'd like to thank everyone sincerely, and I will continue to be your friend. I will continue to be the friend of all those people who gave it their all and who will remain close friends, close activists and part of the soul of the Bloc Québécois. I'd also like to thank activists, party activists. You conducted a campaign which could have been very, very tough for your morale, but you did that with energy and a smile throughout this exceptional campaign. I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you.
Permettez-moi,
Now,
parce que c'est la manche que nous commençons à compter de demain.
we start a new situation tomorrow. But I'd also like to thank the activists from the Parti Québécois as well, who helped us out.
Je veux remercier
I'd like to thank
ma principale conseillère, Karine,
my main advisor, Karine,
qui est à l'origine du recrutement d'Alexis Deschênes dans
who
Gaspésie-les-Îles.
allowed me to recruit the candidate we had in Gaspésie, Mille. I'd also like to thank the extraordinary team on the bus, the extraordinary office team. People did so much with so little in this campaign.
Surtout,
But
envers et contre tout,
despite everything, Quebecers chose to put their trust in the Bloc. So thank you very much for that.
je veux rappeler
Now,
brièvement
I'd like to remind you very quickly, because it's quite possible that in the foreseeable future, the issues that we have identified
incontournable.
become issues that need to be dealt with by the Government of Canada. That's a distinct possibility. It's quite possible also that in a difficult and complex evening, that the Bloc MPs be very important in the makeup of the next Parliament. That's quite possible also. We've talked about lumber, aluminum, fisheries, supply management, culture, the aerospace industry, strategic minerals. We've talked about what makes Quebec's economy different from the rest of Canada. And our history over the past 60 years makes us different. We've focused on this. We focused on it in a positive fashion. And now these topics will be part of the narrative that a minority parliament in Ottawa will have to deal with.
Nous avons eu le courage
We were bold enough
d'être les premiers
to be the first
des propositions
to make
politiques
political proposals, policy proposals on the economy and the adaptation of the Quebec economy. And this also applies to the Canadian economy as well. We have made clear proposals. We talked about wage subsidies, local processing of Quebec resources. We talked about of what creates a dynamic economy. We have talked about proposals which on the economy with no response from the other parties. We've talked about proposals that will allow Quebec and Canada to adapt to the challenges we face over the coming years. We've also talked about, and we will continue to talk about the following reality. Quebec is a French nation.
Quebec
is a secular nation.
Le Québec est une nation responsable en matière d'immigration réussie.
A nation based on successful, well-managed immigration.
Mais nous prenons aussi la mesure.
But
nous prenons aussi la mesure de la responsabilité.
We also realize that we have a responsibility.
Il n'est pas question, advenant l'hypothèse où le Bloc trancherait.
If the Bloc is required to make a decision in any vote in the House of Commons, anything that is definitive for our future and for the future of Canada, we won't take that decision in an irresponsible fashion. We won't take it lightly. We will be competent members of the House of Commons. We will play our role in all files, and we will act to advocate for the common good. Canada, in every issue that we deal with, will have to make sure that the interests of Quebec are respected. Canada will also have to think about the interests of Quebec and of Canada. Now, if they don't do that, we quite simply won't support the government. I would like to conclude by saying two things. First of all, Canada, with the support of Quebec, will be stronger in its negotiating position with the U.S. It could serve to inspire other nations in the world who will face the same tough challenges in terms of the American president. In conclusion, I'd like to say, friends, you've held back a wave with your own hands, with your bare hands. You have overcome a challenge which would have literally stumped people of lesser character than yourselves. And once again, it's an example of what distinguishes Quebec and what makes Quebec a singular great nation in the world, and whose voice will be heard across the world as well. Thank you.
And there you have it, the Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet speaking tonight in Montreal. With that, let's take a quick look at the leading and elected board across the country right now, because as you can see, the Bloc Québécois elected now in 22 ridings, leading in 1. But the line above it, the Conservative Party elected in 137 ridings, leading in 10 right now. And one riding that we're keeping a very close eye on when it comes to the Conservative race is the riding of Carleton. That is the riding of the Conservative leader himself. And take a look at where things stand. 160 polls of 266. Pierre Poilievre still trailing the Liberal candidate by some 3,000 votes, just under 3,000 votes. And with that, we can also say that Pierre Poilievre did make his way to the Rogers Centre. That is where Conservatives have gathered this evening for the Federal Election Watch Party. Let's take a listen now to the Conservative leader who began speaking a few minutes ago.
Merci tout le monde. Chers Canadiens.
Canadians.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci, chers Canadiens.
Thank you, Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi.
I love you too.
I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life. You could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It will be a great honor to continue to fight for you, because it was an honor to be your voice, and it's an honor to fight for conservative values for which you voted, and it'll be an honor to continue to move the promise of Canada forward, so that everybody in Canada who works hard can have a beautiful life, a beautiful, affordable home in a safe community. That's our vision, and this is what we will bring home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we've expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself